Sup, YouTubers? Your girl Survivor here. Just stopping in, doing just a short live, whatever, seeing how everybody's doing. I might do one later tonight. So this is just like a little shorty. Last night was fun, but when I listened back, I was like, oh, I feel so bad because I couldn't hear everything. Sometimes, you're behind even the audio sometimes, and I didn't hear everything, so I felt kind of bad because when you listen back, you're like, I guess I could see what he was talking about, but whatever. So that's my apologies to anybody that, but hey Ron, how are you? Everybody see that little video I posted? I think that's a little catchy tune, right? I know, right? I am way early. It's so funny. I know, I know. I am. I was dying to see you guys. And then later when I was reading the like I was listening and I was reading the chat back when secular was covering for me when I was making myself something to eat, and that was pretty funny what was going. You guys are in the chat room was funny. Oh no, for last night because I was I got tired near the end. So yeah, I think you had left and gone to another live stream or something. You said you were out. I remember seeing that in the live stream. But it was, fairly close to the end anyway, Rachel. So, yeah. No, it was the last one. Anyway. Anywho. So what did everybody do today? I'll drop the link in case anybody wants to come up. Just in case anyone wants to come up. There. It's up to you guys. It's not wired. This is just like a quick one anyway. Um, no, not L'chaim. Lemon. You know what is so funny is now that I remember is that's what I wanted to name the live stream. Ah, dang it. And I was gonna put it to life, L'chaim. L'chaim, to life. Oh, Lemon, come up. Remember you said you would. You said you would come up. Lemon. No, secular didn't. Did he start something about? No, I don't know. Who cares about going back on? I always thought it was funny anyway when I listened back, and then like a couple of things Lemon was saying was really funny. And when I thought that secular said ludicrous. Oh my god! I think I laughed for a full minute in the background. You guys are fun. And then that's what I mean, like, or Ben, he was going on, he was telling a story about being tall and, the Native Americans and stuff. And I couldn't, like, I didn't hear the whole story he was saying. So all I really caught was that, Bigfoot are the nicest people and that's why they're out to get him. Oh, yeah. That's right. I forgot about that. That's But it was funny when I listened back. I go, "Secular, why are you always getting your religious information from rappers?" How silly am I, huh? Oh God, it's funny. And I had heard like another live streamer, another YouTuber, I should say, another YouTuber mentioning that, which I thought was quite nice of the person, but that he was all right though last night. It was me that was the one that was getting tired and wasn't hearing everything, Rachel. It was funny because when I did listen back, they really didn't do anything like that. I should have removed them from the stream, but I just couldn't keep up anymore. I was tired. I did end up, you know, uh, watching like a whole shitload of these history documentary things. I like that shit. I like all that. But yeah, another YouTuber was on in the comment section of the live stream, uh, and and prudently had like Spaceman had made a nice comment. Somebody, I guess, made some kind of a derogatory comment to it. I didn't see it because prudently, she's a good friend and she's also a mod. So if anybody that is mod, if you see any, what are you leaving, Lemon Lime? There you are. You tell me you'll do a live stream with me and then you won't. So mean. Everybody who thinks that's mean, put a mean emoji face in the live stream. Lemon said he would do a live stream with me about spirituality. Now he's shooting me down in the ground. A mad face emoji. I gotta find one. Hold on. Mad emoji. Let's see. What's the? There we go. There. That even looks like me, kinda. Oh, good. You're waving hello. Ah, thank you. I take it back. I take back my angry emoji. Let's use it to that. Oh, that was the Amanda thingy. So now that red mean emoji goes to that Amanda comment. Yes, you did. You guys, I think there's a bird in my wall. I think there's a nest in my wall of birds. Or somewhere, like, on my roof. I wish you guys could, like, hear what I'm hearing. Do you hear that? I wish I could, like, I bet you if I moved, though, they would stop making that noise. No, I want Lemon to panel up. I love, I love me some Lemon. He's my little lemon zinger. My little lemon zinger. He knows it. You guys, I'm telling you right now that I also have that port that heard these, like, to me sounds like little birds. I don't know. Could be my cat breathing. It's on a mellow yellow. Hi. Hello?
Hello, hello, hello. Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, hang on, hang on.
No, that's me. It's not an echo.
Oh, oh, okay. I was about to see what my programs were.
Did you really
Okay.
think that was that? You didn't know that was me doing that? Mic check, mic check.
No, no, I just thought it was me like creating
Like
an issue.
reverberating that. That's so cute. That is cute.
Okay, so
That's
you can
funny.
hear me singular
Perfectly
and
fine. Yeah.
oh,
Perfectly fine.
excellent. How are you doing, Tracy?
Good. How are you?
Oh, good. You look lonely up here, so that's why I paneled up.
Ah, I felt lonely too.
Aw, no need to feel lonely. You have a bunch of supporters on YouTube that love you to death and is here every day posting
Well,
comments
I
and
meant I
such.
felt lonely up here, not like,
Oh, in reality,
yeah,
reality.
I didn't look lonely. I still look lonely because it's a black screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want that
It's
huge
okay.
fat stack of money like in your face.
Oh my God, that'd be so funny. You should put it up, actually.
Well, then I'd have to come back, come back. I'd have to exit
Just
and come
whip it. You
back.
just press. Oh, I'm telling
Well,
you right now, Rachel, I hate to interrupt you, but I really think that I live on the third floor. So it's either that maybe a bird made a nest like in one of the corner of the eaves, like where it folds in,
yes,
because
it's very common for birds to make a nest in the gutter or the easements because they can
oh, it
actually
could
get
be
up
gutter.
in there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm telling you, even my dog and my cat were like and it's close. It's if I keep hearing if it keeps going on, like if it's not just because it's a rainy day and maybe they're just hanging out like underneath, because to me it sounds like little chirps, not big chirps like your bird.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. I would love that. But it can
Oh,
drive you crazy though.
well, I don't love it because I wouldn't know how to like get them out, and I wouldn't want them to die.
Yeah, but no, animals take care of themselves. So if they made a home next to you, like outside your apartment, that's actually very good luck.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Nature does not hang out where there's bad energies.
I mean, I wish you could hear it.
Oh, I can't hear it, but my
No, I
daughter was,
know. It's so weird.
yeah, one of my daughters was in the back bonus room, the one over the garage. And she came to me and she said, Mom, there's like chirping. It's like a nest full of babies. And I was like, well, do you want me to hire somebody to remove the nest and maybe put it, in another part of the gutter? And she was like, no, I love it. But she
Freaking
just
me out
wanted to show me.
because I don't know if that's what it is. So I'm freaked out. I'm like, what is
Well,
it? Like?
if it's chirping and it sounds like a bird, most likely it is a bird.
Let me listen. Hold on. They went quiet when I said, let me listen. Hold
Yes.
on.
Isn't that funny how it works? You
Yeah, like
you
they're at the other side with like a glass to the wall, a tiny glass.
It's like we can see you, Tracy, into your apartment.
Lemon says he has baby bunnies in his bushes.
Oh,
We
that's
have a
so
lot.
sweet. Isn't that funny how anything cute and your voice just goes up 10 octaves? It's like,
Mm-hmm. We have a lot of
ah!
rabbits, like
Yeah.
Watership Down. You know
Yeah,
that
Watership
movie?
Down, that
Was it
movie,
Watership
right?
Down?
Yeah, it took me a second, but I think you are correct. I stayed silent, like, racking my brain, and I was like, yeah, I think that's it. Watership
Yeah, with the
Down.
rabbits and all that. I
Yes,
still don't really get that movie. I know it was supposed to be symbolic or like metaphoric, but whatever. You know what I mean? But
yes. The intention of the creator being creative with that movie. One never knows, right?
right, right. Yeah, when they make like cartoons out of things I don't think should be like cartoons, uh, you know?
Right. It's like that commercial where, it used to be the owl saying, one never knows how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. So yeah, it's like it's kind of like prudently says the rabbit hole.
It was two licks.
Oh, yes, it was. I forgot
Remember, it
that.
was a one, a two, and
And
then
crunch.
chomp. Yeah.
Yeah, crunch.
Yeah. My
Yeah,
daughter
such
used
a
to say
good
to me
recollection.
when I would get like even those little dum dum lollipops, the little ones from the bank.
Yeah.
She would say how like I was the fastest lollipop eater around,
Aw, isn't
probably
that
because of that
funny?
commercial.
Yeah, it's like you and I are the same age and we think alike and we have a lot of respect for human beings. And it's just, I said lollipop and you grabbed right on that story and, shared with us your daughter's story.
Yeah, she used to. Here, I got another lollipop story. She used to always get these lollipops. They were lobster lollipops. They were red, bright red, and it was at the fair.
Oh,
They're shaped like
oh,
a
okay.
lobster.
Yeah.
It looked real good. I'm sure they were pretty tasty. But so right as she had gotten it, she just couldn't wait till we got home to open it. So we were in the back seat of a car getting a ride, and they had the windows open. You know how your hair blows all over the place,
Oh, yeah.
and she was in the middle of me and the guy I was dating, and she was little, and she's eating this lollipop, and it was my hair. It kept getting in my hair, right? So finally, I grabbed it and I threw it out the window. And the guy, he goes, "It's just a lollipop, Captain," like from Star Trek.
Yeah, from Star Trek, I got that. Oh my
She didn't get it. She still, just the other day, brought it up and she still sat like stone
Dude,
faced because she didn't
traumatized
get Star
her.
Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't get the Star Trek reference, but I thought, like people who watch Star Trek, and I know you do, would appreciate it, right?
Oh yeah, and plus you threw away her lollipop. You traumatized that kid in that second.
It was, it wouldn't have been good anymore. It had hair in it, but I have another lollipop story, right?
Okay.
We had gone to the Boston Museum, and then like they next door to it, they had one of those 3D, you know, movie theaters.
Yes.
So they were selling their little snack bar there. So I gave her money, and she said that she go up herself and wait. But of course, it was right within my view. Like I'm watching her the whole time. So she goes and so she gets her little thing. It wasn't like the movie hadn't started yet. It was everybody was
Right.
out and getting snacks.
Yeah.
So I didn't let her go alone. So she's
Of course.
little again, right?
You're a good
And
mom.
she gets this buys a lollipop, like an apple green lollipop or something. And she
Yummy.
comes back and I'm looking at it and there's a maggot in it.
Oh my God, that is like my trigger word. Please don't say that.
Okay, so there's a small worm.
Woo!
A small worm is in it, and it's
Yes,
supposed to
thank
be
you.
there because it's a
Oh.
science museum, and
Oh.
it wasn't candy though. It was real. When I read the
Huh?
ingredients, what was in it, it said fly larvae.
Ew, but like it was a fructose, hard syrup with protein of that larvae. That's weird.
Inside of it, yeah. And
Weird.
she thought it was like a gummy worm.
Oh, so she didn't know. Kids don't really know that much,
No,
being
and I know. I
little.
wonder how many little kids thought,
It wasn't real.
right?
Yeah, but that's kind of weird, unless they were like farm raised to be put inside those lollipops. Don't you think that's strange? That's a
I
strange
certainly
story.
do. I certainly do.
And where did this happen? What theater
It,
in?
it was Boston, like next to where the museum is, but next to it, there's one of those virtual 3D, big, huge movie theaters. And
Right.
yeah, and they were playing this movie like Into the Reef, where it felt the coral reef. So it felt like you were going around the coral reef, like you would
Oh,
actually get a piece
yeah.
of the stuff. Like it was pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, they are cool.
Yeah, yeah, it was cool. But I was so glad that I had looked at what she bought, asked her, "What did you buy?" So that she wasn't sitting there in the dark just eating this
Right. You were being a
water.
good mom and you were supervising your child like a mother should be, and then you circumvented that by getting her another lollipop, or did you let her have that one?
No, I didn't let her have that. When I went back
Oh,
up and they
good,
tried to
good.
tell me
Okay.
there's no refunds. That's what they tried to say. I said, well, this one time there is.
Oh,
or
wow.
I'm gonna start freaking very loudly talking about me
Yeah,
selling it, you know.
that's
Hmm.
so weird because usually the customer is right in any retail or, situation like that, whatever you're buying, I should say food related or, retail. And that was just a weird, like, I'm still in shock. Why would that be inside a lollipop unless it was sort of sponsored by a science experiment and available at that theater? That's weird
Yeah,
still.
that's the only time I've ever seen it. It
Yeah,
was,
me
but they did
too.
have them in the gift shop later when we went, back later to the gift shop of the time. So it must have been, you know how people can eat those mealworms? I think that's
Yeah.
like the
Yeah, that's
mealworm.
that's my train of thought. Is back then, probably when your child was that age, it was being introduced, not as prevalent as now with like chocolate, covered grasshoppers and stuff
Ugh.
like that.
Don't
But
even talk
maybe
about
that science museum kind of had that theme with just a lollipop and it was geared more toward
it. Yeah,
adults
it's just a
than it
lollipop.
would be
It was just
appropriate
a
for
lollipop
children.
captain.
Excuse me?
I said it was just a lollipop captain.
Yeah. I love that about you because you put a spin on like laughter or making it funny when it's still such a weird circumstance to me.
It is weird to me, but I'm just glad she didn't eat it.
I'm
That's all.
glad I brought up lollipops because then how else would I know that story though, Tracy? Seriously.
Right?
Yeah.
Are you listening
Interesting.
to the chat? Oh, you can't see the chat room. Okay, so let me
No.
read this to you. Um, Vladimir says, "Where is your metrosexual male friend, secular man?" Ha ha ha. And then
Yeah.
Lemon says, "He is doing the laundry or something else,
Not
non-manly."
manly.
Yeah,
Lemon, you're so bad. Lurky,
isn't
you're
he
being a
funny?
lurky now.
He's so
He's
funny.
either, I know, he's either like a lemon, which he has like a sour side, or he's just a lurky, like a loogie, that one. I love him.
I love him to pieces. So Vladimir says, "We have men like this in Russia. They swing bat both sides, if you know what I mean."
Oh,
I just add that, he's pretty funny too. Whoever Vladimir is, I kind of think it's a girl, but
yeah.
I don't know. Perhaps.
He's,
Who
he's
knows? They're
being,
funny.
yeah, he's being a bad Putin, bad
They're
Putin.
funny. No, but you know what is so funny, Rachel, is how he writes.
Yeah, in Russian
Yeah,
dialect. Yeah, exactly. Like backwards.
that is
Yeah, that
hysterical.
is cool.
And then
We
Lemon says,
we be
"Loud and
Ruskies.
clear. Loud and clear,
A
comrade."
comrade.
And Vladimir, "Why does other guests hide their face?"
I love that accent, Tracy.
And lemon lime lurky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
lemon
gotta
lime.
watch them loogies from Lemon Lime.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He says he's always lurking and jerking.
Oh, hey, I'm a lady from the neck up, please.
I say lingering and fingering.
Oh God, Tracy,
Yeah.
you're a lady from the neck up, please. Not the little head on the little neck, the huge head on the
It
big
was
neck
just
from the neck
he
up.
was funny when he said that. Yeah,
Yeah.
this secular man is like fairy man. That's gotta be fucking somebody that's secular knows.
Like Barry, like Barry Manilow, is that the diss? I don't read the comment. It's not
Oh, you
pinned.
can't see him. I'm sorry. Right there.
Okay.
This
Oh,
secular man is
Fairy
like,
Man. Oh,
yeah.
I thought
I
he was
thought you
like
said Barry
using.
man. Like Barry
Yeah.
Manilow. Barry
Yeah.
Manilow.
You know what I'm saying? I thought he was doing like,
I
a
do
reference.
know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. 70s reference.
This secular man is like Barry man.
but Tracy, in all seriousness,
Yeah.
secular threw something out there and spun it, and Bruce picked it up. And even though Bruce was kind of going where I wouldn't go because I know who you are, that secular spun that to begin with. Go back and listen. Because secular's comment first was very inappropriate to Jewish ethnicity or anything. He said some pretty woo boom when he said that first, and then Bruce picked it up and went, where he went. I listened to the whole thing, and I don't. agree with
All
either
right,
one of them.
all right, but let's just move past it because
Oh
I don't
yeah,
want
yeah.
to.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah,
I
because
just
I
wanted to
got
say
bigger
that.
issues. I got bigger fish to fry. Listen,
Oh
Rachel,
yeah, yeah.
telling you that right now, if there's like birds gathering all around me, like in these things, like if they found some kind of an entrance or one maybe, vengeful woodpecker, I don't know, maybe like made this hole and there's some kind of thing going on. Because what's killing me is it's really freaking me out. I've never heard the birds.
Wow.
Yeah, I live high up and I hear birds a lot. Okay, but
Yeah.
not like this. This is a consistent. At one point, I heard like like noises, actual noises, and I thought maybe my cat was in the other room doing something.
Right.
So I'm looking around, and what was also killing me is that neither the dog or either one of my cats were, even though they're looking like, oh, that's a new sound, but in their minds, like, what are they thinking? Like, don't they know that that's not normal? And I'm talking about my animals.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
No, if
like
they
they're
took
thinking all of a sudden, oh, that's just some bird family moving in. No big deal. It'll be all right. And I'm thinking, I'm looking to them for protection.
yeah, if they took notice and they didn't feel threatened because they recognized, like you said, the noises of the chirping, then they're not going to feel threatened and like bark or something in response, right?
Well, I would have thought when the actual, like when I was hearing like physical noise, not animal noise, at this
Oh,
at that point, that's when all of a sudden then it became, um, I don't know if they were at, what was the gig? This is just today. This is the first time today. Now it has been raining for 3 days.
well,
So
yeah, birds hunker down. I mean, when I put out food on my back deck, I don't even see birds when it's raining. They stay home and like button down.
now, as crazy as this comment is going to sound, please remember and keep in mind this is a joke.
Oh,
Because, but it
sure.
did really
Sorry.
happen. But it did really happen. Just the other day while I was driving out, there was a bird in my mailbox,
Oh my God.
right when it was
No
raining.
way.
Yeah, in my
No.
mailbox. And now, like, what are they doing? What are they like? Just
Oh my
being
God.
like,
Are you in like an Alfred Hitchcock film, The
that's
Birds?
what
I
I'm thinking.
mean,
That's my fear. That's
jeez.
yeah,
Wow. No, really.
yeah. Like all of a sudden they start.
And you kind of have a noise issue. I know you related that to me before when I was flicking my blade practicing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So when
that
it's a
constant.
blade or the birds from Alfred Hitchcock,
Yeah. Wow.
none of those are soothing.
They're supposed to be.
I know, right? Have you
Yeah.
heard the soothing meditation sounds of the birds from Alfred Hitchcock?
Oh my gosh. At that time, didn't that movie freak you out? And also the movie Wilbur about the one rat king that like the billions of rats on the film stage, I wouldn't be able to be in the same room as they
Now, let
shot
me
that
tell you,
film.
I didn't believe, like, not that I didn't believe.
Oh, wait a second. It was Ben. Oh my God, it was Benny. No, Wilbur was
Wilbur,
the
I think you're
sequel.
right. It was like the book or the movie, but Wilbur was what it was like based on. But the song was Ben, remember?
Right. That's what I just said. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Ben
So,
originally.
but I do remember them calling it Wilbur, just like that movie,
Oh.
Charlie, and then it was Flowers for Algernon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
Thank
like
you.
they changed it around. But Wilbur, what did they?
Mm.
They were killer rats, weren't they?
Yeah, but it's this one rat that could communicate with the billions of rats, and that's what the film was based off of. Like you said, the book, and then they just adapted it to that
But I've never seen
movie.
it. Tell me about it because it
Oh
looks
my
so
gosh.
scary.
Yuck. It
That's what I'm
was
saying. Did he make a pact? Did they make the pact? Did he
yes.
like?
Well, I don't want to ruin it, so give me
Oh,
a
I'll never
second.
watch that because you don't even know.
Oh.
Right now, I'm like, what if it's not birds? What if it's not
No,
birds?
those were like the classic movies. There was one about a frog. There was one about a giant rat on the Mackinac Islands. I mean, back then with the sci-fi movie
Yeah, I remember the
experience,
one about
it,
ants
yeah, culture, yes,
with the
it
big
was
huge ant.
amazing. The
Linda Day
huge
George, I
ants,
think, was in it.
yeah, the huge ants that just took over that resort. I mean, those
Yep, that
movies
resort. Absolutely, that resort. Yep.
those movies were iconic and cutting edge and just campy and hilarious if you'd watch it stoned. You know what I'm saying? Or
No, but
drunk.
there was another one too. What the hell? I can't ever remember the name of it, but he lived in the walls, okay? His mother died during surgery, and he lived in the walls, and his name was like Crazy Freddy or Crazy something. He would look out the knothole of the new people who lived in the
Oh
house.
yes, 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 yes.
He
That
would push
wasn't
us
as
through.
old as the gigantic ants and the swarms, or what
Exactly.
we
That
were.
was when they used to have movies of the week.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a weird movie also. And plus there's been a couple remakes recently about that movie, and one of them was really sick. This woman and her child moved into the house. I think the child was blind, if I wasn't mistaken, and there was somebody living in the walls. And she was blaming her child for all these bizarre happenings. And oh my goodness, it's like you cross yourself 3 times and light a candle with that movie, that you don't ever want that to happen in real life.
I know, and I'm scared.
Actually, I have a story that is real life that happened to one of my best friends.
Was there somebody hiding in the walls?
It was somebody, there was an attic crawl space above her apartment,
See,
and this was
that's what I'm
publicized
saying.
in the newspaper here in Atlanta. You can go look this up. This is a
No,
true
I believe
story.
you.
Yeah, but people don't usually believe my story, so I got to validate that. But she was going to KSU at the time, or one of the universities down in Atlanta, it might have been GSU. And there was a crawl space in her closet that a guy was living in. And the
Oh my God,
only,
please don't say that. You gotta stop right now. I'm having
oh,
anxiety. You don't know. That's what I was leaving out is that I have
oh,
those.
today. Oh my God. I'm sorry about the birds. Oh, I apologize,
But
Tracy.
I'm like thinking, but this was the thing too, was that at one point I was like, that sounds like breathing. And it did. And I was like, is that my cat breathing? Is,
Oh, wait.
like, and I was
Oh,
freaking out. And
oh my,
so
wait, hold on. You heard like breathing?
what I thought was breathing, but then again, now I'm starting to think, what if it's raccoons? What if it's big Wilbur rat? It
Oh
could be
wow.
anything. But the
Well,
thing is I think about what you're talking about with
yeah,
that
I'm sorry. I'm
whole,
sorry.
with I would prefer it as animals than a man. So if
Oh,
there
of
was
course.
absolutely,
Yes.
don't
I
anybody get any
apologize.
ideas. Nobody get any ideas out there.
Okay, but you are a paying tenant currently, and you can ask for like maintenance to be done to find out where that noise is coming from. Because living, you should be happy in your living circumstances that you're paying rent for. So you can go to your landlord and say, hey, I'm
I'm
having an
pretty sure it's an
issue.
animal. It just came today. It was just today. And
But
I'm
you
wondering
can
if it's
you
because of
can
the weather.
have your landlord hire somebody to sort of relocate that bird family or whatever it is, to check out that if it's rodentia, if it's a raccoon, that's your right as a paying, tenant. So maybe you should do that.
Well, I'm not going to call him right now. I
Well,
mean,
no, we're on live right now. You'd be like, leaving a
next
black
thing you hear
screen.
me calling up, I'm like, hello, landlord? I'm on a live stream right now, and they're telling me that
Ringy dingy once, ringy dingy twice.
remember that? That was Lily
Yeah,
Tomlin, right?
yeah, I love her. Yeah,
It's
but
not a bird.
you can't do that because I have a black screen. So if people sign on to your live, they're just going to see a black screen and they might not stay.
Can't do what?
Hmm?
I can't do what?
You can't go and call somebody because on your live panel will just be a black
Oh,
screen and they
no, I'm
might
not really
not
going to
stay.
any.
Oh, I know. I was just being funny too. The black screen without your
But
face.
before the end of, like, before, like, the light is gone, I might go out and just look on my front porch and
Yes.
see if maybe they're in, like, a light fixture or
Or in the
something.
gutter, maybe? You have a gutter
Yeah,
system?
somewhere like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a good
Uh,
idea. So, oh, do you ever see those? Was it an eagle nest that you were talking about in other videos, older videos?
yeah, and you know what? I don't even think that it was an eagle anymore now. I think it was a plastic bag
Oh, I didn't
in a
see. I
nest.
didn't.
But it did look like an eagle, and I waited and I waited and waited for it to move, like, like learn to fly or something
Yeah,
happen.
yeah.
But it
You
could
need.
be because I did see videos of like real eagles, and real mother eagles, and they do sit perfectly still
Yeah, they kind of
on the
are
ground.
like a statuesque type of thing. But you need
Yeah,
spectacles, far-sighted
especially in the
spectacles.
snow. What'd you say? I need spectacles?
Yes, far-sighted spectacles.
Yeah, like, and you know what? I did just see my binoculars somewhere, which would be a good
Oh,
idea.
cool. Yeah, I have several pairs of binoculars.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea because I do have a nice view and I just haven't been out and
Yeah.
about. Hi, Prudently.
Ah, Prudently's here. Is she paneling up? Hi, Prudently.
Hi, XX.
Oh, XX. Oh, look at her new blessed bee with the moon phases on her avatar. Very cool, XX. I knew I liked you.
She got sick of us all calling her so beautiful.
Yeah, she is. She has
Mhm,
some
yeah.
beautiful comments and she's religious,
And a
which is,
nice person, yeah.
yeah, nice person. Yeah, contributes.
Latimer says hello to
Oh,
XX.
of course. Of course he does.
Had to do the X part 3 times.
Oh, that's so
One,
funny. It's not triple X, she's double X.
yeah, double X. Yeah. I never, I mean, like, not to like talk about boobies, but one time I remember my friend, telling me that she had gotten a breast reduction.
Oh.
And I was like, really? But her boobs were still, kind of big. She said she was a double, like, I mean, like, I didn't even think they made bra sizes like that were like a G or something like,
Wow.
I thought like D was like the last thing they went up to. And she said, she used to have to like special order, and she was just, her back was so painful and everything. And
Yeah,
that's,
there's a lady from 90 Day Fiance that's on the current show, and she owns Libby Ray, which is a custom bra outlet. And she's very successful. She wasn't so successful when she first had the idea with her partner. It's called Libby Ray Lingerie. And now she parlayed that into being on the TV show 90 Day Fiance that's, on TV now. Have you seen that?
I have seen that, and it'll suck because I'll see it when, if I'm somewhere and they have the TV on, like when I used to go to chemo, and I'd watch it, and then it wouldn't be on again the next time, if my appointment was a different time. So I didn't get to see what happened. And then if you watch it on YouTube, they skip like an episode, and you won't
Yeah, they
know.
do. Yeah, they do that. She's the one from Woodstock, and she has the Iranian boyfriend.
Is she older than him?
Yes,
And then the father didn't want him to marry her?
yes,
That
because
was
of
the one I was
children.
just going to ask you about, because
Yes,
that's the one
she's
that
my
I was the most
neighbor.
interested in.
Yeah, she's my neighbor. She lives in Woodstock. I've seen her a couple times out and about. Both of them,
Really?
actually. Yeah.
Did they get married?
Well, you have to within the 90 days. So, yeah.
Because the last one that I'd seen was where the brother and his wife came, and the late, they were but then I think I might have seen. Oh, I saw the previews for the father coming, and you know,
They got married, and it was up in the North Georgia mountains, this venue that does not usually host weddings. They had rented a cabin previous to the wedding, and so they had like a camaraderie with that establishment that rented cabins up in the North Georgia mountains. So they did host her wedding, and of course with the big C did, and all that, you can't have a big wedding anyway. But yes, you have to marry within the 90 days, because whoever comes over to the United States is only on that 90-day, sponsored
oh, you know what?
passport.
I did not know that it had to do with them getting like a,
Visa.
citizenship.
Yeah,
I
visa
didn't
to
know that.
citizenship after marriage.
No, I
Visa.
know, but I thought the show was really based on like if they loved each other or not.
Well, that too. That is correct. Within the 90 days, if you figure out that you hate each other, then the person on the visa visiting the United States goes home. But if you get married, like the one couple, she was from Russia, I believe, the blonde. And then I don't want to mention names because you might get a strike, but then the bigger gentleman waited to the last day to marry her. Remember that? And if somebody twisted my heart and not like that, I'd be so home to Russia. I'd be gone. It would be
I
the show
remember
she gone.
one where he was buying her a lot of things, and I thought he was over in her country. He was
Well,
an
he did.
American guy, and
The heavy set guy
yep,
that
yep.
married the blonde. They've had trouble and argument since she tossed the ring back into his suitcase. That's where the trouble started, because you don't kick
That was
dirt.
right. She did put the ring back in.
Yeah, you
See, I
don't
don't think
kick.
he knew.
Yeah, you don't kick dirt in somebody's face you love. That was a kick dirt second. That she made a huge mistake.
Prudently, it said about secular. I'm sorry, I'm trying to like pay attention to. You know how it is, and so that you can see the chat room too. So I'm trying to like, put
Yes,
the stuff
I
up there.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and prudently it says you have mentioned him several times now. People will start talking, and Vladimir, I mention him because nobody else seems to see it for what it is, or are afraid to say something and call it out and for what it is. Oh, you didn't
So,
sound Russian then, Vladimir.
so is Putin still talking about what happened last night on panel? Hello, Putin?
No, he's talking about liking secular. Oh, not
Yeah,
that.
kind of what I was, asking also in a roundabout way.
Like she was teasing him, saying that he keeps talking about secular. People are going to start to talk.
Yeah, Putin's
About.
infatuated with secular.
Yes,
Human.
exactly. Yep, yep.
Mm-hmm.
You said it. You hit the nail right on the head. And
Mm-hmm.
Vladimir agreed, and he said,
Facts.
You know he's going to be mad now, Rachel, right?
Yeah, he just yelled that. Facts.
Prudently. Hi, Mr. Rourke. No, I don't know her. Hello, Mr. Rourke. Sorry, I don't. He came and asked about some woman. Hello, Prudently.
Oh, was that the Amanda debacle?
No, he said Linda Rich. Well, now I said the name.
Linda who?
Nobody.
Oh,
Richmond.
nobody. Epic fail.
Linda Richmond. Anybody know her? Anybody know her? I don't know. Okay.
Nope.
Nobody else did either.
That's a big fat no.
Yeah. And look at Mr. Rourke's avatar.
Yeah,
Beavis.
there's Mr. Rourke and Beavis and Butthead.
He's funny.
Yeah. He still has me blocked. I can't see him when I'm on your panel. I can see him over at Babbling with Bobbles, though. He can't hide from me there.
Mr. Rourke, you're a mod. Why don't you just block her? Mr. Rourke's a mod, right? Isn't he? Is he blue? Yeah. Mr. Rourke.
Tracy unblocked me easy enough because she's a smart girl. She found out how to do it and did it like immediately. Like, that was fast, Tracy.
Yeah, but see, I had to do that through
a comment of mine.
Yeah, the comment. Yeah, But
Yeah.
here, I think he can do that himself because he's a mod. See, I couldn't do it because I
Yahtzee.
couldn't even see you in my live streams before, and I didn't know.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I
I
did as
said,
everything
yeah.
included, so that's all
I
right.
said
Yeah.
Ghost and Mr. Chicken with him because that's the impression I got. So,
And then that always makes me think of Robo.
Mr.
Uh,
Rourke, like the plane.
uh, but I think
Yeah.
of Robo Chicken. Is that what it's called? It's on Adult
Oh,
Swim.
I don't watch any of those new cartoons. It just
Robot Chicken. I
deadens the brain of our children. It's so stupid.
don't know. And then XX wants to know why, Mr. Rourke, do you want to know if we know that woman? And then prudently said, yes, we want to know why you want to know. And Mr. Rourke, Robot Chicken, Vladimir says, yes,
Right.
Vladimir is not Russian. Just fess up. If you know about Robot Chicken, then you know. You notice all that talk about cannibals last night made me want chicken.
I know. I saw that when I reviewed on 2X that video
Mm.
because I had left to do my life coaching and go on Sloan Bella's channel and just support her. So she actually gave me a horoscope reading, which I thought was really cool. She answers a lot of my questions, so I just love her. But she said a Cancer woman with 8th and 12th house full is psychic. So, I was like, well, we all know that.
She means me. I have cancer. I'm only kidding.
Oh no,
No, I know.
my sign,
Listen, do me
Cancer.
a favor, Rachel. Keep
Yeah,
talking. I have to get something to drink.
sure. Like cannibalism and chicken, I think comes from just metaphorically that everything tastes like chicken. Because when I, say, oh, I've shot a gator and buried it in coal, and we all went out to the reef to swim for hours, and when we come back, the gator is just beautiful and cooked, and and everybody says it tastes like chicken, but I don't see it. I think every creature has a unique taste. Oops. We invented robot chicken for cosmonaut programming. We named him George Bush. Really? Wow. Putin, that was an awesome sauce kind of pin right there. Thank you, Tracy. So Putin, what did you think about the tin can garbage can you put that poor astronaut up in and spun him around the earth?
All right. He doesn't even have to answer. I'm back. Look.
No, I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
Talking about Sputnik.
Yeah.
We weren't even alive for that. According to Spaceman, if we didn't see it, it didn't happen.
Oh goodness!
I know. I'm like,
Really?
XX
You're
says
allowed.
she.
You're allowed to bring it up, and I'm not. And I was trying
No,
to
no,
say
no.
I
I
don't
was just
agree
making
with
a
any of
joke.
it.
It was just a joke. It was just a joke.
Yeah, I don't
XX
agree with any of what happened last night.
XX says she's making chicken for dinner.
Yummy.
And Vladimir said that was not me. That was in the early 60s.
Well,
Everything is you.
yeah, as any head of state, you are privy to all the secret papers and all the documentations and how your government really works.
I especially
So,
picture of, him shirtless on the horse.
yeah, we just how can we just go back to like sex or sexy pictures or just sexualizing in general?
Vladimir Putin.
uh,
Putang. Vladimir Putang. That was his porno name.
Putang.
Yeah.
Tracy. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, that is so funny. The
Yeah.
early 60s. The early 60s were awesome. The hippie culture and just protest. That's the way to protest is just have a great big sit-in with Reefer.
What was the name of the place that had the nuclear thing over there in Russia?
Oh, the town that had the
Yeah.
nuclear explosion?
Yeah. What was that name again?
Oh, wow. I don't keep bad stuff in my head. Chernobyl. Damn.
Chernobyl. See, you didn't know. See? So,
I know, but I had to
Vladimir
say.
Vladimir Putin. you think Chernobyl makes you glow.
Have you seen
Get a
HBO
little
or
dose of Vladimir Putin.
Tracy? Have you
Yes.
seen that docu-series about all the people involved in all the bureaucracy that went on to make that happen, Chernobyl? I mean, that was just a cluster F,
Yeah, it was.
CK.
It was. And then like I was watching like how the animals are still there, some animals and just it's
And
so
they're so
sad.
yeah, they're so resilient. Though I watched something just recently
They're not
saying,
resilient, they're like disfigured now.
no, now I watched something just recently that the animal population is coming back and they're fine. And the scientists are actually studying that whole area, some good from bad, right? And they're not finding any poisons from the nuclear fallout.
I don't know, but they had that Ferris wheel and it was all abandoned in the one that I had watched. It might have been the ghost of Chernobyl or something.
Well, they want to spin that in a certain way,
No,
but
no, no.
the
It was like an older documentary and it was just showing
yes,
the houses and
yes,
the leftover, like the background was how, that Ferris wheel they had. Remember?
yes,
They had a Ferris wheel
yes,
for some reason.
yes. That
Why
was
did they
supposed to
have a
be
Ferris wheel?
that was supposed to be the society, the future. I mean, Russia's shiny city that had everything that you could possibly need. They had an Olympic-sized pool that anybody in the city could use free of charge. They had baseball diamonds. They had that Ferris
Really?
wheel. Yes, that was Russia's shining star city, honey. I know all about that.
Wow.
Yeah, and going back to the scientific documentary that was just recent, the catfish in the water, which you think water would retain, especially in the sediment that the bed, the riverbed is composed of, that would contain the poisons. No, they found catfish that they've done DNA testing on and for other
There's
toxins
catfish in
that
Russia?
are, yes, if you listen, it's in the water next to
If you
Chernobyl.
listen.
Well, hon, you kind of step on me all the time when I'm trying to
No,
get it
I
out
do
as
not.
quickly.
I'm asking you questions because I'm interested.
Yes, like I said, it's in the water next to Chernobyl, and these catfish are healthy, no toxins, and gigantic.
You guys are too much. Vladimir is saying we need to work on the real world history, haha, not the American fiction or the version
Oh
version.
boy. Yeah, test me, honey.
All I'm saying is, okay, somebody then look it up. Somebody look up about catfish in Russia right now. Now.
It's a docu-series. They can watch the video
No,
if they
I just
wanted
want to
to
know
X through
because
it.
the only reason why I asked is because that I know that there's not raccoon in, like certain places. Now I know a raccoon and catfish are two different things. So I just wanted to know if in the water world, if it was the same or is there catfish like, how we have catfish here, or is it
Yes.
a different kind? Basically, I
No.
just had more further questions. That's all. I wasn't doubting you. I
Yeah.
was,
No, and
yeah.
when Tracy, I said, honey, it was to Putin because he was questioning history. Let's get the history straight. So that comment was not to you. That was to
All right.
Putin. So
Yeah,
clarification.
well, you said that I stepped on, but I only because I'm interested and I wanted to know,
Oh,
like
well,
I get ahead of
okay.
myself. Like I want to hear
Yes,
about what
you
you.
get excited, but I was telling you that. I said yes, that the
Yeah.
catfish are in the water that was used to as a coolant accelerant for the way the nuclear plant is works technically. You
Right.
have to have water as a coolant. So these catfish were living in the same water. And
Were they
after the
put there for
fallout,
a reason? Were they put there for that reason, or was
no,
it
they're natural to the
a natural
environment, but
habitat? Okay.
yeah, but after the explosion and being exposed to all the contamination, these catfish just recently showed none of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, very. I think so. I love science.
Yeah, me too. I do too. As a
Yeah, I
matter of
eat.
fact, those sounds have stopped. Those bird sounds have stopped.
What now?
The bird sounds. Remember that I was hearing birds?
Yeah, the bird sound stopped.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. Maybe it's my voice. Animals love my voice.
you're so funny.
No, they do. Like I'll go out to a park and, the dogs will be walking by and they will stop right in front of me if I'm sitting on a bench. And their owners will just look at me and say, wow, my dog's not friendly. And I'll just bend over and pet the dog. She bites everybody. He bites everybody. I've never gotten bit ever.
My head automatically, like, I'm like, and then she just bends over and
Oh,
then,
yeah, oops.
no, it was not with me.
Your mind went
Latimer
there.
says not just catfish, all fish in that area. The
Yes,
woods too, and the wildlife there in the forest.
yes.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Nature
I didn't even
recovers
know about,
quickly.
about the how, because my next question, but then you answered it was, but it was before, not my next question, but it was before, about the Ferris wheel, like why
Yes,
they would even have um a Ferris wheel there. But that makes sense about what you were saying, the, shining star or something. Maybe because they have people who are working there or something. Do you think it has
yes.
something to do with the plant?
That exactly correct, Tracy. That city was built for the nuclear technology and to have kind of like a kick dirt in the U.S. Face about the shining city and that everybody could use everything and that it was supposed to be the beacon to the world how a city should be.
And I think, wasn't there a resort there?
There was all kinds of stuff there. I mean, there was schools, everything that you should want, and then some. Like, it was just everybody had a job if they wanted it. There was a big, like you said, the Ferris wheel. They had other stuff for the children there. Merry-go-round swings.
But you
It
know
was
what's weird?
designed
They didn't
very
show that.
well. It was designed very well and implemented very quickly for a city going from dirt to a city. It's fascinating if you read about it or, watch a documentary on
The birds are back.
it. Oh, no.
That is so fucked up. Oh my God, don't get them.
Don't get them started.
Could you imagine if
Hmm.
they started singing like that?
Can you imagine if they come through the wall when you're sleeping?
No, but that,
Ooh.
yeah, I was just trying to make it like a good thing. Like maybe they could be a band with you and could be like, do 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 do, and it could be a good thing because then I wouldn't mind that. Because if I never saw them, I would picture them as some little bird minstrel.
Yeah,
Not minstrel.
exactly.
What is it? Like, where they're all in the choir,
Jester, like a bird jester, always,
Oh, like the
smiling and
choir. All the birds
oh yeah, chorus. Yeah.
wearing like, little, silk robes and stuff.
Yes.
Maybe not the
Oh well,
silk
I think
robes.
that's
They can
the
wear whatever they
Baptist
want, actually.
choir.
As long as they sing. All right,
Oh.
let's see if they sing back. No, nothing.
Oh.
Do the whistle
Okay.
again.
Okay.
My God, they start whistling right now. I'm gonna freak out. All right, don't taunt them that much.
Hmm.
Let me hear now if they sing back.
You have to have the right whistle.
And you know what? They're totally quiet though. That's the thing.
But they were chirping. Hang on. Turn up your volume and take your earphones out.
I don't have earphones on.
Did they reply?
No.
Oh, dang. That's kind of like a chirp. That's as close as I get to it.
No, I'm saying that they're probably freaked out in there now. They think their mother's out here. Now they're gonna come
Oh, they're
busting
probably
through the
quiet like
wall.
mom. Yeah, mom's going to give us a worm or something, right?
Oh my God, I think I see the walls pulsing now.
Oh
They're
no.
all pushing against it. There's
Not
like a
three
mad
times.
flapping of wings.
Oh no, really?
No,
Oh shit. Okay.
thank God.
No, I'm gonna have like a video made of me. The girl can whistle. It's just so.
I didn't even think, don't do it again. They might think that really. I didn't even think about it because the way they got quiet,
Boom.
no, but they got quiet, like as
Well,
if they,
yeah, yeah.
so if they did put birds in a nest and then the parents left to go get food, now they think, oh, mom's in
Well,
there.
well, I think it's more along the lines where if they hear other birds that are not of their species, they stay quiet because it could be predatory birds and want to eat them.
Well, we don't know what brand these birds are.
What
Brand.
brand? They are
Yeah,
Levi Strauss. They are Levi
yeah.
Strauss.
They got little jeans on.
They rode in from the west. Yeehaw! Giddy up, doggies!
They rode in from the west. That's funny.
Woo!
You, you
Thank
know, the
you.
people from
I'm here
Jeep,
all week.
they're they're quite likable then.
I know, that's what popped into my head. This
Are
has
you really a
become an
part?
Audubon. What was it? An
Yes,
Audubon
this has become
sacrifice?
Autobahn. Yes.
Society. You spelled it wrong, dude.
Oh,
That
Prudently said her cat was
Audubon.
alarmed when you were whistling.
Oh, he means
That's funny.
auto band. Auto band. Banned. He's
No,
confused.
Autobahn. Autobahn.
Yeah, he spelled it wrong. Prudently got it
Oh,
right.
he did. Oh, that. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you're
got your
right.
back, Tracy. I got your back, Tracy.
No, but Prudently had it right here. Audubon Society.
Oh,
Glad
me
I
too. I go to their
am
fundraisers and all that stuff. Used to.
glad I'm
Ha
on.
ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Hiya. Oops.
Why does this woman mock me so? Vladimir. Most people
But
would be
Putin.
like, he goes, English, not first language.
Yes,
Yeah, he
not
says.
my first language. Hungarian was, dude. Correct. I spoke fluent Hungarian.
And Vladimir says, of course you did.
Yes, I did. I did so.
But he's meaning like, like you said, I spoke fluent, um, fluent
Hungarian?
Hungarian. And he goes, of course you did.
I know.
Like sarcastically.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's funny. Of
Yeah,
course,
he's a cool guy. I like
he's
him.
funny. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 14 people here, and not many people chatting.
Wow. You deserve that applause, Tracy. Ding ding.
Me?
Yeah. Tracy, VIP Tracy. The place to be and hang out with the
Yeah, thumbs
VIP.
me up. Thumbs me
Yeah.
up.
Hit that thumbs up button, comment, leave a comment, let us know what you like. Share the videos. Go back to our older videos, leave comments, and share those videos if you so would wish to.
I swear to God, I think I'm going crazy. I can't
Why?
imagine that there's freaking birds that are making noises that I'm hearing, and I'm like, wait a minute. They just came back, but now they're shutting up because I was talking about them.
Oh, yes, they recognize the word bird. The bird is a
Oh
word.
no, they're
Bird,
not.
bird, bird. Bird is a word. Bird, bird, bird.
I think there's a whole different squadron of brands in there. Brands of
Oh,
birds.
brands of birds. Well,
Yeah.
there's Levi Strauss. There's Victoria's Secret. There's Vanderbilt jeans.
Oh, remember Gloria Vanderbilt?
Oh my God, yeah. What's his name? That's his mom, the newscaster with the white hair. Do you know who I'm talking about? Tracy? Earth to Tracy.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can, but before you were silent.
No, I was talking. I said Anderson Cooper.
Yes. No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And
his mom.
his brother killed himself right in front of her.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah. Walked right by him and right by her. You know, she was sitting there, you know, and he came down the stairs. Now, just imagine though, because they lived in like a high rise place or whatever in New York City. So she had like these balcony doors open, which she could, right? If it was a beautiful day.
Yes.
Yeah, I could imagine that. Double doors with some nice, you know, like maybe a wrought iron, something just like a patio kind, not a patio, like a balcony.
Balcony.
You know?
Yeah, that was the correct
Yeah,
word to begin with. Yeah,
yeah,
balcony.
balcony. Yeah.
Overlooking New
And
York City. I mean,
yeah, wouldn't
please,
that be
who would
nice?
not want that?
I know, right? Wouldn't that be
Mm.
nice? Imagine like opening up a window on the other side of the apartment and the breeze that you would get.
Oh, phenomenal. I have my back deck doors open right now. It's so beautiful here in Georgia. I mean, it's just picture perfect, perfect temperature. But go on with your story.
Yeah, he just came downstairs from, you know, his, you know, because it had upstairs, downstairs, whatever kind of a place it was. I'm sure it was like a penthouse or something. And walked right by her and just went right through the doors and boom, right off it.
Oh, wait, he jumped off the balcony?
He didn't even jump. He just kind of, you know, leaned forward. It was a place where you really shouldn't go because it wasn't made for that kind of thing, you know. And he lived there.
Wow.
They lived there all their whole life. He knew that, and he came to just walk right by. He had a history of depression.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and just could you imagine like if you were just sitting there cooking dinner or reading a book or something, and your kid just comes by and you're like, hey, what's up? You know, and you just think they're gonna, but he just like, boom, right?
Right. And that just goes to the fact where if you're really going to commit suicide, God forgive me, but for even talking about it, but if you're going to do it, you're not going to talk about it though. You're just going to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Nobody can stop you. It's just your mindset where you're just so lost and empty maybe and letting other things influencing you. I don't know about this case, but I will soon. That's
yeah. Anderson Cooper's brother. Yeah, he walked right by. Yeah,
Well, I get a bad energy for Anderson Cooper. I love his mom because
I like Anderson Cooper.
she started out as a seamstress and parlayed that into Vanderbilt jeans, which I own like hundreds. Sorry to say.
I
But
did too.
that was back in the day. That was the jean to put on your butt.
She made like this pants, like it wasn't even jean. Remember, it was color. Like she had every color.
Yes, that's what
And
I
they
said.
were
I
real
had
straight,
millions.
like yeah, remember? And so it
Yes.
was like you didn't only have like a pair of Gloria
She
Vanderbilt
was
jeans.
very
You
smart
had
with her marketing.
oh,
Yeah.
it was so weird that nobody made that same, you know, I don't know. She had cool pants. They were pretty nice pants.
Yeah,
Gloria Vanderbilt.
she knew how to fit a body no matter if you were size 0, which I was and I still had to get
Me
them taken
too.
in,
Me
to
too.
size 22, 26, X large. She knew how to cut those jeans and she had such a great marketing mind that she put them in every color of the rainbow.
Yeah, every color. Hi, Lee. Lee Thomas has just stopped
Oh,
in
hi
on
Lee.
my way to daughter's house. And and
Oh, bonfire tonight. I think he means bonfire, BON
yeah,
fire.
yeah, I'm sure. And
But I'm sure the
Gloria
party will
Vanderbilt
be a
for
big
old ladies.
bomb.
But yeah, but prudently. Do you know
Oh,
where
ladies.
I know, but this is where
No. No, 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 no.
no,
I was a
yeah, see,
young
and I didn't
kid.
feel like Calvin
Eh.
Klein fit me right. Calvin Klein didn't fit right.
Yeah, I wore Vanderbilt jeans when I was a kid. So,
Yeah, when I was like 12.
Yeah. So,
Yep,
no, those
12,
were
and it was
the
junior high school, and I still
yeah.
remember I was going to Florida.
Yeah.
So I had,
Oh,
you know, I would babysit and stuff and get money. So what I did was walk
excellent.
to the store. It was called Blake, and it was the junior section, like, or the tween, like the pre-teen kind of
Yeah,
thing.
tweenies,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah. And I remember trying on a pair, and of course, I was always very skinny, so it was hard. Not skinny. I didn't feel like skinny because I ate all the time, But
High metabolism, though.
I don't even know the time because I'm pretty lazy. But whatever it is, it's okay by me. But back then, I actually failed gym because I didn't want to change in the locker room because I would put leg warmers on under my pants and I would safety pin them to a pair of shorts, you know, to,
Oh,
to look fatter.
right.
Hmm.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
I was
failed
just,
gym.
yeah, I was just skinny back then because I just was nothing but muscle. I mean, I used to go out in the ocean. My friends would be sitting on their beach blankets, and I'd say, I'm going to rip now. So I'd go out in the ocean, get caught in a rip tide, swim with that and swim against that until I kind of wore myself out enough to where I could still jog back to my friends. And there's a way to get out of the rip tide. It's very easy. You just got to wait until it spits you out. And then on the sand, I used to jog on beach sand back to my friends, and they'll be like, how much more ripped are you going to get? So my nickname was the Ripper.
Yeah, well, I had no butt.
Yeah, mine was tight and
Mm,
firm. no,
well,
no
good for
fat on
you.
me.
What is it now? Is it still tight and firm?
Honey, I can get back into shape in a matter of weeks.
I still have no
I
butt.
mean, when you build a muscle mass, since you're like can learn how to walk, my great grandfather raised me. So I was raised to have those sort of values, to appreciate the human body and to be a good human. So I've
But
always been
I'm pretty
muscular.
much in shape. Like, um, I used to walk quite a bit when I was, in my job. Like, it's not a sitting down job or anything. It's not that I have flat, flat butt. I'm not saying that. I don't have flat butt. But I also, like, I mean, don't have like J-Lo butt, which I think she's got a nice butt. It might be kind of big, but
I
what do
like
you
J Lo
think? Do you
too.
think
Yeah.
J-Lo's butt is big? I like J-Lo too.
Um, I mean, that's her heritage, though. And she was actually one of the first ladies of that industry to promote being, proud of your body, no matter what that looked like, correct? I mean,
What?
long before this Kardashian bubble butt ridiculous
Oh, that's
circumstance.
ridiculous. There's something
Yeah,
wrong on there.
ridiculous,
Yeah,
foolish,
that's
idiotic.
ludicrous. That's ludicrous.
That's ludicrous. I'll bite your ear off.
I'm just saying, like, nobody has a butt like that. That's not even
No.
normal,
No,
you
not
know?
at all. I
And
wouldn't want a butt like that. You can take that
I,
back.
oh
That,
my God, no way would I want that.
yeah, that's what, I mean, that's over sexualizing a body part on a female. I am so anti that.
Yeah, anti.
No,
I'm,
yeah. Yeah.
wait a minute. I'm trying to like type and talk
Type.
and hold my phone from falling
Who are you
and
typing to? You're not typing to me backstage.
my
Somebody knocking
lover.
on the stage door?
My lover.
Your lover. You
Oh
got to say
no.
it right. It's
But the
your
thing is
lover.
I just had hit send and it hadn't posted. But I go, my lover, and now it's gonna post. Now everybody's gonna know who I think is my lover.
It's my lover.
It is. Here, right here. Is that it?
I know
Prudently.
you are prudently.
Yeah.
Yahtzee.
I just being
Oh
like
my God.
facetious, and now it's out
Yeah.
there in the open. I can't deny it.
On blast. We're blasting.
Oh my God, you sounded like a goat.
Oh, I know. I used to
Just
do
the
so many. No, Tracy, let me say this.
but
On another medium, is they have these people backstage that create, like, picking up a bell and ringing it and things like that. I used to do so many voices and so many cartoon voices and so many different voices in general, that it was just amazing. And now I'm like, I don't want to do one of them, but I can still get into it.
I know you guys think I'm crazy, but I'm just telling you, I think that there is like birds somewhere. Either they got into the cross space or the above space.
Oh, Lee Thomas just says, does it beep when backing up? Beep, 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 beep. The idiot beep, like
Yeah, he
on
said,
trucks and stuff.
yeah,
Step away from the bong. Oh, is that to me? No, I don't get
me,
high. I don't even drink.
because I'm hearing birds.
The
But what
bong.
if it's
Usually
not
bong
birds?
means
What if it's
weepa. Weepa.
hi, Clemson?
Oh, is Clemson here?
Yeah, right
Aw,
there.
Clemson Ticker fan. You notice how he didn't
Vlad,
say hi to me.
Vladimir Putin says, wow. Or as they say in Russia,
They yell
wow.
it, whoa.
He's talking about the Kardashians, but
Oh, yeah, wowzers. Yeah, put
believe
that
it.
back up.
Hey, hey, that?
No, you just put up Tigger's comment, and he said hi to you. He's calling you Hey Doll.
Oh, he said, hey, Tracy, and then he said, hey, doll.
Oh,
So
so
you're
doll's
doll.
me? Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah,
Hello,
the doll
Tiger.
is you. That
I'm the
one,
doll.
remember that movie? Remember that movie with Karen Black was in it? And um, I think it was Karen Black, pretty sure. And it was, I think it had the spear.
It had the what?
Spear. I'm only kidding, Rachel.
No, I have no
Remember the
idea what
little
you're
doll
talking
she brought
about.
back from the island? You know what I'm talking about. That little doll she brought back from the island. It was one of the movies like we were
Oh,
talking about.
yeah, that was my favorite movie. No, I don't remember Karen Black for the life of me. So, yeah, but it's
She
that
had the crooked
little,
eyes.
it was that little Juju doll, like the little
Yeah,
African.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
yeah.
take that as a diss. I love that movie.
I
So
know,
is
but
he calling me a Juju doll?
no, he said to you, "Hey, doll," and
Yeah,
you
but
said,
then
"Oh,
you're
so
calling me a
I'm a
Juju
doll."
doll.
Yeah, me. Yes, yes.
Huh?
Um. Then they said, "Tiger fan, do you have the virus?" No, not talking about Kardashian, but
Oh, Lee Thomas,
prudently,
everyone have a good evening, so he's leaving. Peace out. He showed the
prudently
peace
knows
sign.
nothing. Prudently knows nothing.
That's funny.
Because Vlad goes, prudently probably knows. Ha ha ha. And then prudently said, prudently knows nothing. She sent me, oh, the Zuni fetish doll, Cheryl the Enforcer Lewis.
Oh, is that what it was named in the movie with Karen
Was it
Black,
a fetish
Cheryl?
doll?
I don't know. You're supposed to know this. You threw that at me.
You said it was your favorite movie.
You spun that at me like I'm this Juju doll.
No, I said, see, and I said, I'm kidding.
I'm kidding too. So there.
Good, good. Well, that sounded like, I can't say the word.
A
The F
fart.
word.
No, no, it wasn't. I never say the F word. I always say FCK.
Oh, she
You
said, yes,
did
that was the
another, and
name of it.
you were gone.
Yes, that was the name of it.
Oh, cool, Cheryl. Thank you very much. She is our enforcer of knowledge,
Of
Lewis.
informing. Yep, she's
Ding,
the
ding.
enforcer of information.
Yeah,
Not stand
very
work.
good. I'm having so much fun here, Tracy. I hope you are too.
Yeah, I
Oh,
like
you're
it.
welcome. Thank you.
I like it.
Yeah, I love it.
You
Love
know what
it.
I'm gonna do though? I'm dropping my link in case anybody wants to come on
Oh
too.
yeah, for sure. Don't let secular
Forget
up. Who
that,
said that?
I forget to do that, and that's fine.
Jim just ran by. He beamed out of here.
Who did?
Jim, he said, don't let
Oh, you always
secular
say that,
on.
and I always go, who did?
Jim Kirk.
I know, and then you tell me that, and I still
Yeah,
forget every time you say it again.
yeah. The dilithium crystals are melting. Scotty,
I
help.
like trouble with the tribbles
Oh, I
more.
love trouble. I'm going to have to dig out my tribble if I can find it and let you hear the noise. It's like a,
Oh my God, that's what I'm hearing in my walls.
oh no, it's a tribble.
Yeah, and then like I open up my attic, that little thing, and they all come falling out, just like in the episode.
Oh my God, like billions of birds come invade the house, like through
No,
the
tribbles,
chimney.
tribbles. No, just tribbles.
Oh yeah, the hatch, and they ate the grain. Oh, that would be, and they're all like cooing. They're all like, ooh, ooh,
Yeah, they're
ooh,
nicer. Why do you
ooh.
have to scare me about the birds coming out?
Sorry, my mind goes there.
Yeah, I was trying to comfort myself, thinking they're just cooing tribbles.
If you don't feed a tribble, it doesn't multiply.
Is that what they said?
Yeah, that was the whole scenario of that episode.
Oh, uh, Cheryl wants to know what's the banned word. Does everybody know what the banned word is? I'm gonna not say it. I'm not saying it.
Oh, I can tell you a horrific story on why I'm traumatized, or I'm a trauma from that word. So
No,
I
you
wouldn't
don't know
even,
this word. Do you know the word?
no. Oh, are you talking
Here.
about something else, or what we talked about earlier with the lollipop and the worm?
Oh, the word. Oh,
That's
oh.
my
So
banned
you
word.
okay. So we've got two banned
Yeah,
words.
two.
Yeah, we've got two banned words. So I'm gonna type them out. So right
Okay.
now I'm typing them out one letter at a time.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you, Scotty.
It's just a lollipop, Captain. That cracks me up.
Oh my goodness. I knew
Is
what
it
you meant
raw
right
dog?
away.
Shirley and Forrester says that. Oh, they're all trying to guess. Okay. So,
Ah. Well, let's say
no,
we're
prudently has
here.
two band words? I didn't know prudently had two band. I know Rachel has
Ah,
one and
everybody
Susan
has
has one.
one. At least one.
I haven't thought of mine yet, but I will. But I think I do have one. I think it does start with V, right?
The JJ?
No.
Oops.
No, that's not band.
Pineapple
No,
for JJ?
no. Wait a minute. You gotta, because I'm gonna spell this out, and then I'm gonna smell this out.
You're going to smell it out?
Watch, because you're gonna see what the banned word is here.
Oh my God. I'll poke my eyeballs out first. So
Okay,
go
so look
ahead.
here. Look, there's the first word. Okay,
Okay.
I mean first letter. Sorry,
F.
second. Yeah. Don't say it though. You can't say
No,
it.
no, no.
Oh, did I miss one? Okay, it's this. I'm sorry.
Get it right.
Did you see?
No, it just, you
Okay,
messed
let's
it
start
all
over.
up.
I know I
Okay.
messed up. Let's start over. That, and then this, then this, and then this.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right. Internal explosion outward.
So that one, yeah. So that one is that, and then I spelled it wrong. I didn't spell it wrong.
I think you put the T and then the R. I saw
Yeah,
that
I
and I
did
was
that
like,
wrong.
what?
I did do
Fatima?
that.
It's the curse of
Better, the
Fatima,
better,
the
better.
oatmeal.
That's right. That's right. You're right. You're sick. Uh,
Oh, I'm so sick. I hate oatmeal.
Gina Maxey said raw dog.
Well, yeah, that was kind of, since, we're babbling with bobbles and we support her. So that was sort
I
of
like
your,
that. I thought my hot dog was funny looking in my thumbnail.
yeah, yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. Dominic says, hello, SG. How's everybody doing today?
Excellent. Thanks for asking.
The other band word just
Is this
pisses
my
me
word?
off.
So I'm going to cover the bottom of the screen where it's pinned.
Oh,
Is
you're
that
going to put
my
it up?
word? I'm not putting it up.
Oh, okay. So hold on a minute.
So you putting it up? The one that starts with M?
I'm going to put it up. My brain was on overload from spelling. Hold on.
Yeah. We
All
don't
right. So
spell.
everybody, okay. So now this is Rachel's band word that she doesn't like.
Now watch, it's going to be all over the internet, like within hours. And they're going to think it bothers me.
You are so crazy. You are so like everybody's going to go around and start saying it.
Oh, yeah.
You sure you want me to let it out? You want me to
no, go ahead.
Okay.
Please, it's been out if somebody knows me and been following me before.
Are people mad still? No, people aren't mad at anybody.
Who's mad? Who?
Gina said, are people mad at people?
Oh, panel last night? Last live panel?
She just thinks because we're spelling out banned words, but they're not. We're being silly.
We're just not verbalizing it because we can't stand saying the word or listening to the word, right?
Exactly.
Excellent.
How about I say mealworm?
Oh, sure. Then I can read it.
No, I'm not going to type it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Your word is long.
Huh?
Your word is long.
It's 6 letters. Isn't it? 5, 6 letters?
All right. So far, there's 2. I put 2 letters. Does everybody remember what they were? M and A. Now Cheryl says she missed it. So she doesn't even know what the first band word is.
We're so confused.
What are the words? I'm confused. Gina, did you go to
what?
Stream? I don't know what that is. Hello, Cheryl. Hello, Prudently. Exactly. Okay, so here's the first word again. And then
first letter is,
yeah, it's okay, I have a clue. It's the sound that is made from a whoopee cushion. Oh, and that wasn't one. My couch creaked.
You have creaky things in your house.
I know,
and chirpy
right?
things. And chirpy things.
But they're quiet right now. You do too.
Me?
Yeah, I just heard a bird chirp over there.
Yeah, I have 2 birds. I used to have 5. And then I used to have like almost 100 parakeets after my husband died. I let my kids breed a couple birds, but it was only like with this one male bird, Mr. Tingle. His name was appropriately picked, by the way. Mr. Tingle bred like almost 100 freaking little babies, and to take my children's minds off of just losing their dad.
100.
Oh yeah, when go to a pet shop and parakeets, if they've got 40 in a cage, and you listen to that, double and triple that
then
volume.
Why do you do that? That's so mean.
Because my husband had just passed away, and I wanted to take my children's mind away from that by breeding parakeets.
Did you sell them?
Among other things. What?
Did you? Oh, among other things. See, that sounds interesting. What else were you breeding? Mink?
No, I bred the parakeets, and then when my
for safari hunting.
Huh? Big cat for safari hunting. It would have ate all the parakeets. No, another thing that I did, because I had older children and younger children, is they were following these bands from Rochester, New York, that was making the circuit through Georgia, and the bands used to come into my living room and perform, and I bought a drum kit even, and I bought all kinds of other musical instruments.
And you were a one-woman band.
No, I had prevalent bands that did the
Yeah, the
circuit come
symbols
and
tied
perform
to
in
your
my
knees.
living room.
No,
Yeah.
the symbols tied to your knees.
Oh, yeah, I was the monkey in the middle, definitely.
No, one man band.
Yeah, I know. It's usually they have those little monkeys that have like the symbols and stuff.
Yeah, but
Try to
you weren't
pick
that. You were more
try to
talented than that.
try to pick the pocket of the audience around the guy with what was that, a music box basically, or a squeeze box
Yeah,
entertaining the audience.
grinder, music
Yeah,
grinder.
monkey grinder. That's what you're
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the guy with the accordion and he's got the cymbals on his knees
Yeah.
and he's got like the maracas on his and he's talented. He plays them all.
Yes.
And you said you bought every instrument and I said, and you were a one
Pretty
man.
much. Yeah, you grab at stars at that point when you lose a significant other and you want to distract your
No, oh, now
children.
you bring it back there. Now you just made me feel so bad because I was just trying
Oh
to
my
make you
goodness.
smile.
Well, I apologize. I
Now I
didn't
feel
know.
so horrible. I apologize. I
Thank you.
forgot that we were on to like what you were taking. Do you know what? Can I just say this? I have a problem with my memory
Oh,
right now because when I'm talking and then I forget that we're not like on the phone.
yes.
Do you ever do that?
Yeah. I mean, I think everybody's had those moments.
I'll feel no if they're not doing a live stream. But we're doing a live stream and I'll forget that we're not on the phone. Like I'll think we're on the
Oh,
phone, even though I've
yeah,
never
yeah.
talked to you on the phone, but it feels like we're on the phone.
Yeah,
So
exactly. I
I'm all
enjoy it.
like,
That's the
oh,
best compliment.
whatever, we can get back to that and blah, blah, blah. And I forget that people are listening and I'm like, oh, like,
I
wow,
got your back. I got your back, Tracy.
thank you.
We're
Because
good.
I'm like, oh, what a bad friend I am here. She is talking about,
No, not at all. No, no, no.
got
Not
open
a
to the
bad.
public how evil I am.
No, no, no. Not a bad moment in my mind. It doesn't
Terrific.
live there. You
Well,
are
that
like the best
says,
friend.
you all know now, so you all notice what's your lingo.
I didn't hear that. Can you say that one more time, Tracy?
It's because she said, I'm not going to say it out loud, but I'll put it in the stream on the board so you can read it. See that right there?
Oh, yeah, that word. But I
So
think
you have
that's
those two words,
funny.
right? That
Yeah,
is
see you
funny,
next
right?
Tuesday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So then, so she, then we laugh and everybody said, okay. And then she said, so now you all know, so you're on notice. Watch your lingo.
Yes, ma'am. 10 hut.
Yeah. And Vlad said, words are only words. They only hurt you as much as you let them.
Very true, Mr. Putin.
Yep.
But
And
sometimes they trigger a memory that goes back to something horrific.
and prudently, you call me the second word, Vlad, and I'll let myself hurt you.
I'll hurt you.
How come
Bad.
you guys don't call each other? The second word is a fighting word. Yes, absolutely, Cheryl. The second word is a fighting word. Them's fighting words. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree.
we do well. I don't know if she means like all of us don't call each other, but like Survivor Girl and Rachel.
Aw.
Well, because we haven't switched phone numbers, but we could talk, but it feels like we're on the phone here. But there is
Yeah,
times when I'll be
exactly.
like, oh, I wish I had her phone number, but then, it's when we're not, you know, and I suppose we could exchange phone numbers, but I feel like, whatever it is, what it is. Why did you put me on the spot, Cheryl? My
No,
God.
you're
That's
not on the
awesome.
spot. You're perfectly fine. I mean, right now we're building a friendship, I believe, and we're both perfectly happy with the way things are now. True?
Yes, very
Okay,
good.
excellent. Thank you.
She's very well spoken there.
Hmm?
Very well spoken there. Very well said.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Well worded, my friend.
Yeah, my vernacular enunciation and paraphrasing is spot on, Tracy.
Here goes, you two should. I just wanted to know. I know. Cheryl, you know I'm just busting your ass. It's just we're probably just going with the flow. I
Go with
didn't
the
think about
flow,
it. But
Tracy.
me and Prudently talk on the phone. Me and Prudently live
That's
near each
fine.
other, actually.
Yeah.
And
My
I call
eyes
her
are.
Prudently off.
Oh, you don't even know her name. My eyes are
I do know her
green.
name. No, I do know her name,
Oh,
but I still call her
apologies.
Prudently.
But
I
I was just
still
gonna
call her
say,
Prudently.
I was just gonna say, Tracy, that the only part that's green ever in me is my eyes, and they're actually hazel. But I don't do any of the deadly sins God warned you about,
Green? What are you guys talking about?
like
Deadly
jealousy,
sin.
green-eyed, jealous
Why would you be
person.
jealous of me?
No, I was saying the only part of me that's green is my eyes. I don't get jealous, is what I meant.
Yeah, but who said that anyway about jealous?
No, saying that, you exchange telephones with others, but not with me. I'm not
Oh,
jealous at
yeah. See,
all. I
that's
was
how
making my,
clueless I am. I wouldn't even think you'd be jealous of that. That
no,
wouldn't
I
even
was
go in
just,
my head.
yeah, I was just like
No,
making a
no, no.
generalized
See, so you got
statement.
defensive for no reason, see? So
No,
just example.
yes,
Example. You can move
I was
past, yeah.
making a statement as far as,
Right, but now knowing me now as that now that happened, it's a good thing. That just happening is a good thing because it's exposing of the fact that I wouldn't ever think that you have a green bone in your body. So
no,
I
I
didn't
don't.
even think like that. Right. So
Yeah,
you don't even have to make that clear with me. I already know that. So
yeah.
I didn't even go there in my head.
Well, also on the internet with many other channels, that's the first defensive thing they say is, "Oh, the other girls are jealous, jealous,
Absolutely.
jealous, jealous, jealous,"
Yeah.
and I'm thinking, why?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
So
they
I
do
just
say
wanted to,
that.
yeah, I just
You're
wanted
right.
to state,
That's a good point. You're absolutely right. So just so that you know, I
yeah.
didn't even go there in my head. I never got that from you like
Oh,
that.
I know you
Yeah,
wouldn't think that, but being on a live
it's just
panel that other
yeah.
people are watching this later, they're not going to say, "Oh, Rochelle's jealous," because FUY or I know Rochelle never gets jealous.
I know that.
Oh, I know
And
you do.
everybody does here. That's the thing. Like here, I feel is a good place. I like these live streams, just like you said earlier.
Yes, I'm having lots of fun here. But when other people sign on and watch this later, I just wanted to straighten that out because it seems to be the theme on other channels.
Yeah, but whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever.
whatever to them. They're
Yeah,
just
right.
Maddie. They're just mad Maddie and others.
I don't know. Do you mean Maddie? Like she's a nice person. I like her.
I
I don't
know,
go to
but
like many channels. I don't even go to channels that I like sometimes because I'm trying to just watch. To be quite honest with you, I'll be honest, is the worst. I find my eyes start hurting, you know? Like I do wear the
oh,
cheater glasses, but after
yeah,
a while I want to take them off and lie down and just, So I've been watching, like I was saying, a lot of movies lately. Um,
right.
that one it was the Aiden Quinn I really like. And I think you would like the one I was telling Prudently that although I had watched two with Aiden Quinn, you like him?
Yes, Aiden Quinn used to be one of the hot heartthrobs, hot, guys
He
back in the
still kind
day.
of is. As for guys our age,
Yeah,
he's
and
a nice guy.
what is the movie?
Well, if anybody has a second device, if they could just look up the name of this particular movie, there's two, but it's Aiden Quinn, Virginia Madsen, and Olympia
Oh,
Dukakis is the one I think you would probably like. It was nice. I liked it too. It's a good movie.
so it had to have been like a little older movie?
Yep, it was.
Okay,
But
because
yeah,
Dukakis, yeah, she doesn't do
yeah,
any films now.
right. And she was playing like the grandmother anyway. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, she's,
But it can't be. It's not probably not that old because of the girl who plays the daughter, Aiden Quinn and Virginia Madsen's daughter. Like they
yeah.
all have powers in it. Not Aiden Quinn. He's just married to her, and he's an artist. And yeah, Olympia Dukakis is a great actress.
Oh, yeah, phenomenal.
Yep, she is. You know, I loved her in Steel Magnolias.
Oh, yeah, that is like an iconic movie. Julia Roberts, and I think was in that one. Or am I
Sally
thinking
Field,
of,
yeah, Julia Roberts and Sally Field, and
yeah,
when
Sally
she
Field? Yep.
died, Julia
Mhm.
Roberts, remember?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, and she's
Yeah.
in the cemetery, and she's
Yeah.
going, I just want to hit something. I just want to hit something, and all the ladies are there, and then uh, Olympia Dukakis grabs Shirley MacLaine. Remember, her name was like Weezer in it or something.
Oh, I know. That was an awesome movie.
Grabs Shirley MacLaine and puts her in front. She goes, "Hit her, hit her. You'd be doing us all a favor anyway, you know."
Verbatim,
Oh, it's just
Tracy.
so
Wow.
funny.
Yeah.
It was a great like way to go from being in total tears,
Oh,
like that
yeah.
for them to make that transition to where you're laughing out loud.
Yeah.
Like,
The inflection of humor, hit her.
yeah, it was so
Yeah.
unexpected. Yeah.
Yeah. Movies are
So that
great.
even Sally Field started, like, you know, the
Yeah.
mother. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And Dolly Parton. It was just a great cast.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about Dolly and her
Hmm.
partons, her
Yeah.
two partons.
I liked her. I liked it.
Yeah.
Dolly
Nine to
Parton.
Five and a lot of other movies.
Daryl Hannah is married to Neil Young, right?
Don't really recollect that.
Yep. Neil Young. That's the guy who was in Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Yes, Neil Young.
He
And
was in what?
Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't hear that. Okay, thank you.
Because I always get confused between him and Neil Diamond.
Right,
They do kind of look alike.
I guess.
I
Yeah,
mean, to me anyway.
yeah.
But not really. Not now that I saw a picture of Neil Young.
Oh, Charlotte, my dear, you're gonna have to wait. I'm on a live. I finally got my Charlotte, so I have my Sex in the City crew. Finally found a
Oh,
friend called Charlotte, which is what I was lacking, and that's her.
what are you gonna watch Sex in the City?
No, no, no. I was saying for my crew, I finally found a lady called Charlotte to enfold into my group. So now I'm part of a Sex in the City group.
Oh,
I have
okay.
all the names of the ladies of Sex in the City
Oh, all right.
in my
All right.
group.
What's the
But
group
yeah, we
name?
do kind of do the Sex in the City things.
I like
So,
Sex in the City.
oh, I love that. I got my daughter hooked, and then she gave me the whole anthology CD collection for
Right.
a birthday present.
These guys are talking about movies. Platoon is a favorite, even though Charlie
Oh, Platoon.
Sheen,
Wow.
he is in real life, isn't he? Oh shit.
Charlie Sheen's a dirtbag.
Yeah, he is. He came off that way. But I really
No.
didn't like Two and a Half Men
Sex
after he
addict,
wasn't there.
dirtbag, drug
But
addict.
after he wasn't there, I, you know, kind of didn't like Two and a Half Men.
Yeah, I don't watch Charlie.
Charlie, no. But when he was Two and a Half Men, before all that was. But I mean, look at he was raised like being called Brat Pack, and stuff. Yeah, I don't watch war movies. It seems like Vladimir likes war movies.
Yeah, the Platoon, and then his first movie with Ringgold and all, the Brat Pack, what you were talking about. That was a good movie, but I think that's before he got into sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and it twisted
Right,
him.
right. Or he was on his way, probably.
Well, it's got to be in you to twist further. You got to have crooked roots to be a bad person.
I don't know if he's bad, isn't he? Just like a
No,
smoker?
he's a sex addict, drug addict, treated his wife like crap, didn't care about his kids, and is an egomaniac,
Well, yeah, that's a lot of
misogynist.
people. People are
But
like
if you
that.
like him, that's cool.
Well, I didn't. Nobody said they liked him. Everybody said he was a
What?
shit. Everybody said he was a shit. Now they're on
Yeah.
to Bridge Over the River Kwai.
Oh, excellent movie. Prudently at
I never
Home.
saw that one. I wonder why I didn't see it.
Based on true events, Tracy. Very good movie.
I said a joke. I thought it was funny. I wonder why I didn't see
Oh, I didn't hear that. You talk so softly sometimes. I
it.
wonder why I didn't see it. Yeah, that's cute.
I don't know. Hurt Locker. I never heard of that movie.
Yes, that one was defusing bombs, and the guy had a death wish, sort of pseudo.
Okay, I never saw it.
Another war flick.
The ones I've been watching lately was um I watched the one about it was like 222 it was called, and how this guy kept having, oh, he was an air traffic controller, and something flashed on the screen at the moment that he was supposed to say when one, like the precise time he was supposed to say pull up and the other one could land, and it was like within seconds. And so hold on, just I want to say that yes, I think Saving Private Ryan was kind of a pretty bad movie myself. They said worst movie, just in case.
Well,
So you have to say.
Saving Private Ryan showed you how the military then kicked it into gear to actually train soldiers so they wouldn't fall apart on the battlefield and not even fire a shot. But
Well, not true, because they dumped them off with all this equipment that sunk them in 7 feet of water, and once
very
they lowered
true.
it, yeah.
They showed the realities of war before the government went in there and rectified everything. Like you have to study something before you know it's a problem when it's a problem, and then you correct it.
Well, I mean, that was collateral for them. They considered those soldiers collateral.
Yeah, they dumped as many bodies in front of the problem as possible. It's horrific.
I mean, they were,
But
full.
after that point, and to that point, even in the Vietnam War, they came up with such a strategy to break your ass down if you volunteered to be a soldier or got enlisted, to break you down, to build you back up. So you did fire that weapon. You had no qualms about firing that weapon. You had no
Yeah,
qualms
but
about
not
standing
in,
your ground.
yeah, but not in exactly, oh, yeah, don't block that person prudently. Let's see what this person has to say.
Uh-oh, we got a
And
troll.
yeah,
Well, put the
um,
troll up on screen. I want to see.
oh, no, no, I don't want to do that.
Oh my goodness, then you're leaving me in the dark. I'm literally a
I'll tell
black
you what they
box.
said. I'll
Oh,
tell you what
okay.
they said. I just don't want to give them the,
You're outing the troll, though. You're showing how
but
stupid the
no,
troll is.
so that Amanda Kelsey, I'm mixing up some Jack Daniels and Coke. It's gonna be a wild night. Well,
Girl, did she
anybody who
just.
can drink Jack Daniels and not get like mean. I know people who drink Jack Daniels and they get so mean, but I've seen a few more so than not women who can handle it. My friend Sophia drinks Jack and Coke, and then there was this other girl that I worked with, named, I forget her name, but
So, what did the troll say
that's what
exactly?
she said. She
Which
said that
is.
she was going to mix up some Jack, or she just mixed up some Jack and Coke, and gonna be a wild night. That's it.
How is that a troll?
Because earlier, I thought you had asked about that when. Anyway, let's just, yeah.
Oh,
Um,
so this is the Amanda girl that was a trolling earlier. So give her a second chance now.
yeah, that's what we're doing.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah.
excellent.
Um, yeah. So XX said that when she drinks Jack, she gets mean. Yeah, that's I've seen.
Jack
Um,
gets you jacked, right?
well, it can hit people differently. I've seen it hit people when they get mean, and then I've seen more women than men who can
Mm-hmm.
drink Jack Daniels and handle it. And that's the
Right.
truth.
So
Yeah.
is that her only posting?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That must be very important to her, Jack and Coke, this evening to get ripped.
Well, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, oh, I don't know. Did anybody block her, or is she still like
Who's your mods
whatever?
here?
Well, Prudently and Cheryl,
Oh, okay.
and yeah, I know that so far. And Dominic said, "Thumbs up, everybody! Give thumbs
Yes.
up."
Yes. We are having
Hmm.
an awesome live chat and live chatters and whoever's backstage at the VIP club. We're all in the VIP with Tracy, right?
Right. Yeah. The VIP. There used to be a bar around here called that.
I know
The
that, Tracy.
How do you know
I'm
that?
psychic, remember?
Oh,
It's an
geez.
impression.
The VIP lounge.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep,
came
yep,
on
yep, 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 yep.
early tonight. I was early.
I know, that was great. It was like right when I posted my comment saying that the bus comment was excellent and be here, be square.
Hmm. Did you did you watch the video, the music one?
No, I did not. I do not click on links. They can be embedded. Not saying you did anything, but that's my
Oh,
policy.
I know, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. No, it was just a like a dancing video. Not dancing. It wasn't dancing really. It was a song video, like a music video
Yeah,
where it was a
excellent.
Jewish guy singing, but it was kind of like I like peppy music
Yes.
sometimes, you know.
I
Yeah.
like the cultural stuff that go back generations that you can sort of, they have a dance of their country. And Double X says, I've been a long time since I drink. I'm sober living too, for the most
And,
part.
and Dominic, the only thing I drink is Red's apple ale. All my buddies say I'm a girl, but since they came out with the Reds, I can't stand the taste of beer. You know, it's not so bad to
Oh,
put a shot of Fireball in.
oh, I can't stand Fireball myself,
Well,
Tracy.
then you could
And
do the cinnamon Jack Daniels if
can't
you want.
stand cinnamon, Tracy. Sorry. Two for two.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
twofer going on.
Well, it's kind of like when you have like hot apple cider with the
Yeah.
cinnamon.
Oh, I
Yeah.
understand. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
joking with you. But my
Yeah.
daughter did that too, where if she would drink alcohol, it would give her a huge migraine, but she was prone to migraines. And then when the flavored beers came out, she so enjoyed those and she used to pour them into a wine glass to make it look more special.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What kind of beer do you drink? Do you drink beer at all?
I am a martini lady. Always have been.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I like a dirty martini, extra dirty.
I like vodka.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
gotta get a nice like Grey Goose
Mm.
is the best, I think, for you know you want the most cleanest.
Yes.
Yep, the most cleanest one. I studied all about that distilling of it and everything,
Yeah.
and yeah, those
And
pistachio
actually,
martinis are good.
yeah, and actually when I go to a bar that has, or a restaurant with a bar, or whatever the scenario is that has a great bar, I go to the bartender and I tell them, make me a flavored martini without orange juice or citrus and go wild. And some of the concoctions, like they've named it Rippers because it's a one of a kind drink that they've made just for me. And a couple times kept on the menu if I frequent the joint.
Right. Yep. Pistachio is so good. Do you like pistachio?
I like the nut, but I'll have to try the drink because that does sound very interesting. Like you got me
Oh,
intrigued.
so good. I'll
Yeah.
tell you, it's my God, can I even remember? It's Frangelico
Oh
Amaretto.
my goodness!
Yeah,
Ah! A birthday
Frangelico
cake.
Amaretto, um, Blue Carousel,
Yes.
Bailey's, and of
Yummy.
course, but you want to use like a whipped cream or a vanilla. I'm sorry, not whipped cream,
That's so
vanilla
much
vodka.
fun. Whipped
Yeah,
cream's
vanilla
better, but yeah, I
vodka.
know what you're saying. Oh my God, I knew I loved
I
you.
feel like the whipped cream would make it a little too sticky, but you could, if you had to, use the
Yeah.
whipped cream. but
Yeah.
I feel like the whipped cream vodka mixed with the Baileys would maybe be too much after a while.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, very
so the
true.
vanilla is probably you
Yes,
want to
the
go.
vanilla goes excellent, but when you're at like a dough and buck party and you're just the dough party before the lady gets married, you always have to have whipped cream on your drinks and you kind of just wipe it off, or wipe it
Oh,
on
you
each
could put
other.
whipped cream on it if you
Yeah.
had like a big tumbler instead of drinking it from a martini glass. Um, if you had, a nice big tall glass filled with
They put
ice.
it around the rim, sort of as a decoration, whipped cream for like the bachelorette parties.
Right, I was talking about like whipped cream, the flavored vodka, not
Oh,
yeah,
no, I'm sorry. That's where
yeah,
the confusion is.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So you're best
Yeah.
off to use vanilla vodka as opposed to yeah. So,
Yes.
but with whipped
Yes.
cream vodka, you can do a nice you do that with uh uh geez, I want to say Frangelico
Yes.
and Kahlua, and
Yummy.
it's like a chocolate cake.
Yeah, it's called a birthday cake, and it's
Birthday cake,
always
maybe no
served at a
Kahlua,
dough
Frangelico.
parties,
Yeah,
right?
birthday cake. Yep.
Yeah,
There's a
it's a
salted
birthday cake.
caramel.
You can substitute caramel or anything,
No,
chocolate.
no, there's
Yeah.
another shot along the same lines, but
Yes.
not the same taste because it's amazing how the chocolate the birthday cake one tastes like chocolate.
Yes, exactly. And like I
Very
said, if
good.
I go out to parties and it's like a dough party where some lady's getting married, they always put like the whipped cream from the can, the actual whipped cream around the rim of the glass. So
Hmm.
then you can then take it off and like put it on somebody's cheek that you want to give a kiss to or on their cleavage, to make the the party more exciting and fun.
I love whipped cream, but
Yeah,
I don't
me
waste it
too,
by putting it on
baby.
anybody's cheek. I
What
suck
now?
it all down myself.
You all over. Tracy
I just
foamed
love
it
it.
up, baby.
Oh my God,
Throw
you're so
some
funny.
sugar on me.
Hmm. That isn't a sec. They brought Zone back to Michigan a couple of years. Zima, you're talking about
What?
Zima. He said Zima is his favorite drink.
Oh, Zim. There. Oh, I
That's so
think
older. Do
I
they still make it?
know what that alcohol is. Okay, vodka, neat, Johnny Walker Blue or green when not broke, or red or black when broke. Oh my God. Tee hee. Ha ha.
Yeah, she's
Glad isn't sacrilegious not to drink in Mother Russia. What? Isn't it? Oh, I left out the it. Isn't it sacrilegious not to drink in Mother Russia? Not to salute Mother Russia, but you can drink anywhere.
he said he
I
hasn't had
have
a
not
drink
a
since
bad drink since in 1992. Wow. Oh.
he said he hasn't had a drink.
Oh, I thought he said I. Oh, I said bad drink. It said had drink.
I know I saw when you read that.
Boom. That
Mm,
wasn't it. Thank you for having my back, Tracy.
you're welcome. Mm, but
What are
yeah,
some of the
so
other comments? Because we don't want to, like, we've been chatting so much like a phone call, we don't want to ignore the chat.
no, I know. Uh,
But I'm having
uh,
fun. Oh my God, I love birthday cake. Woo! As much as I love my martinis.
92, 1992. I'm almost as old as a pharaoh.
No, you're not. You're as
Hmm.
young as you feel, right, Tracy?
Listen to what he just wrote. I gotta
What
get
the
that
hell?
very sheet.
Maybe that one should be erased. Don't you think so, Tracy? You took it down
Yeah,
so
whatever. I can't tell if it gets erased or not until I get
well.
out of here.
You can ask
Yeah.
prudently to just erase that, or Cheryl, if you would like to, Tracy.
They probably will. They probably already did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. By the grace of God go I. No matter what you have to do in life to survive, like, I couldn't imagine being a working girl on the street, especially now with the big C vid. You know what I'm saying, Tracy?
Yeah, but he's talking about when the pictures, the pictures
No, I
of
didn't get to read it. You took it down so fast. All I saw was prostitutes and peeing on them or something, peeing in bed on them or something like that. Ew.
yeah, the one from Vladimir Putin, prudently, where he was talking
So
about,
if it
yeah,
was a joke, I
yeah.
apologize, but it didn't seem
No,
like
it's
I don't.
not a good joke. It should go
Yeah.
away.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
There's gotta be a way,
Woo!
like, for me. Oh, now it's on there.
Oh, and I couldn't
I was
read it
trying to
again.
delete, but
Okay.
it's
Woo!
internet. All of them, you
Boom.
see, they have me, so I needed insurance.
What?
I don't know what he's rambling about. I think he is drinking.
Yeah, it's just when you can't figure it out, maybe it's one too many drinks, just joking
No, he's
around, Putin, just joking
fine.
around,
Yeah,
Tracy.
he's
Yeah.
fine. So anyway, so let me think of some other movies I saw lately.
Oh, sure.
One
What's
was
pinned on
called
the screen
Extinct.
is, oh, me too. I would pay anything for a six pack of, is it Zima or how is
Zima.
that pronounced? Zima. So it's an I for an E, right? Sorry about that pronunciation from me.
Of Zima.
Zima. I'm trying to think what that was, Tracy.
Amanda Kell said we've all peed the bed before. LOL.
Well, let's move on
That's true.
from non-functioning body parts, I guess.
From like, you're having a dream and you think that you're like, in the bathroom, like, I don't know, feels real, like you're in the bathroom.
Yeah, I think that kind of happens when in childhood they're experiencing changes in their life, or after like pregnancies, you lose control sometimes. And
I
you
don't know.
do have that
I just did it
bathroom
last
or
night.
water thing.
I just did it last night. I was just kidding. I did not just do it last night. I was kidding.
You just did last night. No, undergoing big medical things can cause, other areas of your body to get weaker too. So
No,
it
I
can
know.
happen to
Yeah, you can
anybody.
like have incontinence. You should
Yeah,
go chiropractor.
yeah,
Pressure
yeah.
on the spine.
Well, you're
Yeah.
supposed to, when you're urinating, stop the stream multiple times, and then that does away with those tubes getting smaller,
Like
and you having
Kegel
that sort of.
exercises. Kegel exercises,
Well,
right?
that's for the VJ, isn't that?
Comparable to Kegel exercises.
Oh, okay, comparable. Okay, yeah, kind of in the same area. The fun spot. Back to sex again. Let's talk about
Oh,
sex, baby.
it's my fault.
Yes.
My brain's in the gutter.
It's all your fault, Tracy.
I was at chemotherapy one time and they said, "Do you want some coffee?" I said, "Yeah, but not like from, like the coffee pot that sits in the whatever room."
Oh, for hours.
I
Yeah.
said,
But
"Get it? Can I have it from the Kegel?" And it's not Kegel. It's a
Kegel.
what,
The coffee
no,
brewing
what's it
single.
called? That coffee maker is a
Keurig.
Kegel. Keurig.
Keurig. Yeah, Keurig.
Keurig. Yeah.
But it's funny. I bet they cracked up laughing.
They
Your
did.
cancer, what is she, nurse? Oncologist,
Yeah. No, no, no. It was the
phlebotomist,
infusion. No.
infusion nurse. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm lost. I keep popping in and out, just making me confused.
You're not confused, Double X. You're spot on. We like
Prudently
jokes here.
says, Vlad, tighten it up, okay?
Yes. Very good play on words to what we were talking about at Kegels and Kegels and the
Keurig.
BJJ. Keurig.
Be right back. I got to.
Go! She's going to the bathroom. Exit stage right.
Or
Wash your
Google.
hands.
Keurig. I didn't really
Stop your
see my bed
stream.
last
Wash your
night.
hands. We are crazy.
We're going crazy. We're
Crazy for
prices,
you.
slashing
Crazy.
prices on pea-stained mattresses.
Just simply crazy for you.
Oh gosh, this
Tracy.
is crazy.
Don't get me started with my octaves.
I try to, but my sphincter is
Sphincter.
old and does not tighten up very well.
TMI, Putin, you're going to get time out soon in the corner, sweetie, with
Pooping.
the Dunce house, the Dunce
Latimer
hat,
pooping.
and, and a spanking with the ruler from the teacher.
She gets like that. See, it's not
Yeah,
me.
I
I'm not the one
do.
with the mind of the
With my
gutter.
leather suit and whip.
She comes in, she's all squeaking, squeak, squeak, squeak,
No, because I butter myself, Tracy. I don't squeak in my spandex. Or what is that? It's vinyl. Excuse me. I don't have the spandex cheap one. Mine is made of vinyl.
Vinyl, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah, but you got to butter yourself
Right.
so you don't squeak, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Did you ever see that Friends episode and he had those leather pants on?
Oh
Ross.
my God,
It was so
Friends.
funny.
Yeah, who hasn't
Mhm.
watched every single episode of Friends?
They were
I
funny.
can't believe that girl, Jennifer Aniston, has one hairstyle. Like, if I was her boyfriend or husband, I'd be like, bitch, please, the hair moves,
I don't have one hairstyle. What are
She
you
did.
talking
She
about?
has one hairstyle. She played around maybe with three
All right, but
hairstyles her
how many
whole life.
people really get a hairstyle named after them that everybody is copying it?
Oh my goodness. She's
I
gonna be
had the
what, like
Rachel.
Fidel
I still
Sassoon?
have the Rachel. Thanks a lot, Rachel.
What now? Huh, Tracy?
I said I still have the Rachel haircut.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Well, I did not know that because you have bangs in your avatar, so I
I was only
apologize.
kidding. I was kidding.
Oh, okay. But who's that lady that did the Vidal Sassoon haircut from the Beverly Hillbilly Housewives? What's her name? She was a
Mm,
real popular skinny model back in the day. I can't think of what her name is right now. And she's a representative for a clothing company on QVC.
Christy Brinkley?
No, no, she's on the Hollywood Housewives, the
I
Beverly
never
Hills
watched any of
Housewives.
the Housewives.
She has that Vidal Sassoon short layered hairstyle forever. Does anybody
Dorothy
know in
Hamill?
chat? Does anybody know in chat? What did you say, Tracy?
Dorothy Hamill?
No, no, she's on the Beverly Hills Housewives this season.
Well, I don't know who she is.
She's married to Hamilton, that dude Hamilton. The famous actor
Oh,
Hamilton with the big
oh,
head,
oh, oh,
Harry
oh.
Hamilton.
Lisa Rinna.
Yes, she's had the same hairstyle forever.
Yes, she has. She has.
And
And
she
she
was a
has those big,
model.
huge lips, too.
Yeah, but she was a model and how she got that hairstyle for Vidal Sassoon back in the day.
I don't remember that, but whatever. She had big old lips.
Now,
She was
yeah,
in a show.
yeah, now she has those injectable lips.
She
Did
always
you
had
hear?
fat lips.
Yeah, did you hear the controversy about those injectables?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they're Duro or Derma, whatever you want to fill in the blank. And they travel. That's why you don't have the lips that last and be huge and bubbleless, is because that gets absorbed into your body. And then your body has to fight that out of it. So go ahead and poison yourself, is what I say, if you want huge lips.
I don't. Only vagina lips like that. That's all I want, that big.
Oh my God. We're back to the vajayjay.
Could you imagine? Like, that would be so crazy.
What is that called? Like the derogatory term is like meat curtains.
Oh, yeah, like roast beef.
Yeah,
Is it roast
yeah,
beef? I
yeah, it
saw
is.
Absolutely Fabulous. You ever watch that show?
Absolutely fabulous. No, I don't believe so.
So it's an English show, and she's like, it's Patsy and oh my god, I can't think of her name, but anyway, they're friends and they're friends from like back, the day. They're just you'd have to watch it, but she says about those lips and becoming like swinging saloon doors.
Oh my God.
Oh god.
Well, there's a flip side to that because if they fold in, more friction for the activity down there, right?
Oh my god.
You will not
That would
have to
be
be a big
true.
boy
Like I
then.
guess like that's a weird way to look at it, but correct.
Yeah, God put those there for a reason, no matter what
Yeah, but
size you
not
are.
that big. But if they did like fold in and they were like fold in, fold out, fold in, fold out,
Exactly. But it's
right?
not it's not what's on the outside that counts. It's what's on the
It's on the
inside that counts.
inside and outside, inside out, inside out. Oh my god, this is so getting so out of hand.
Yeah, it's getting so detail oriented with the
I think
positive and
Christy Brinkley is
everything.
very pretty.
Christy Brinkley, yes.
Yeah,
But
Cheryl Keith, I never thought was that pretty.
why did she marry Seal?
That wasn't her.
Oh,
That
oh,
was
it was
yeah, what
the other blonde. I'm
Heidi
sorry.
Klum, was that her
Heidi
name?
Klum. I'm sorry. I get those confused because they
Yes,
were kind of the same time
I know
frame.
the question though that you're saying, like seal and ugh,
Woo! Yeah, must be some big stacks there.
I don't care.
Like maybe she liked that, money wise, big stacks.
Yeah,
Maybe he had big other things to his assets.
maybe.
Maybe. One
I
never
guess
knows.
in the dark.
Well, don't we? I'm just going to put it out there. Don't we all bump uglies usually in the dark?
No, not all the time.
Oh, you have the lights on, Tracy? Do tell. Do tell.
No, but maybe like some candlelight and stuff,
Oh,
just so
yeah, but
that the
then
shadow of
that
my boobs could look longer.
that's mood lighting. It enhances everything.
So they can look longer. And I usually will hold the
Ginormous.
flashlight up to my chin because that's not creepy.
Oh my God. You'd be scaring away your lovers.
And it's been a long time
How
anyway,
about
right?
the boob jobs that were they would just put silicone in you and it wasn't even in the plastic bag and oh my goodness, that created so many health problems back in the day when boob jobs came out. It was free flowing silicone, remember? And it wasn't saline in a bag, which is the newest thing if you like boob jobs.
I just put paper mache in there.
Yeah, I just stuffed my bras actually with hamsters.
Hamsters moving
Yeah.
around. They're for the butt later.
Who said that? Tracy.
Thinking
Oh,
Richard Gere, yeah.
I loved Richard Gere. I
I
loved him
did
in Gigolo.
too.
American Gigolo was the bomb. Boom, back in the
I feel
day.
like he probably has a little one. You know that?
But that movie is what I was talking about.
No, I
So
know, but because I think like he's got so many movies where he's
he's got
so
a little
likable and he's
penis.
so handsome. You know, he's so handsome. He's so likable. He doesn't seem like a
Yeah,
jerk, but
he
you know,
aged well, except for the hamster in the butt. But hopefully that was
I don't
not
even
a
think that's
thing.
true. Yeah,
I
I don't think
know.
that's true. But I mean, uh, but he doesn't seem to have any lasting relationships, right? Does he?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true.
I know he was
Maybe.
married to High Spaceman.
Oh,
And
Spaceman's here. That is nice, he says. What is nice?
and
We are nice. We are all
all
awesomely nice.
right, prudently have a good dinner with your grandkids.
Aw,
Good for me.
grandkids. Isn't that the
It
best?
is the best. It is the
Yeah,
best, and she's the
of
best.
course
She
it
makes
is.
good food and everything. You sound
What are you
so
making for dinner
different.
tonight,
Why do you
prudently?
sound like that right now, Rachel?
Huh? No, I said it's the best to have wee ones running around. That's my
I
wee one
know, but
voice.
you sound like you want to cackle. Like,
No. Oh my God.
I'm being honest. I'm just being honest. If it was reversed and it was me,
I
not I.
said, how can you take all? That's the best, prudently, as a diss or a cackle.
I
That's
don't
my
know.
little kid's voice because I don't have any grandchildren.
I love grandchildren. I
I
eat
don't
them all
have
the
any.
time.
Yes, with
I eat
butter.
them all the time. No, they want hot dogs. I like chili cheese dogs myself.
I never really gave my kids hot dogs. Any processed meat is going to give you carcinogens that causes
Well,
cancer.
everything gives you carcinogens. Every single thing.
Any meat that lasts that long, yeah, not good for you to
It
eat.
doesn't last that long. Hot dogs go bad.
Okay.
But I bet you if you were starving and I had hot dogs, you would eat them.
Well, true, but to start a little kid off on hot dogs when they're a wee
She's
one is
not
not
starting them off on hot dogs.
okay. The only hot dog I liked was what was
What's a
that
low
brand?
country boil?
Nathan's, because they were 100% pure, came out of the
Oh, but
freezer to
just so
be
you
cooked.
know, Prudently doesn't like hot dogs either.
Yeah. Okay,
It's me
cool.
that likes hot dogs. So I'm not defending, like,
Oh, I thought you said
I'm more
prudently
defending
was giving
myself.
her grandchildren hot dogs.
No, she doesn't
Oh,
like
well,
them.
that's what I heard.
Yep, I know. I said that, but I didn't mean it. Oh, so are those
Oh.
shrimp? Are those shrimp? She
Huh?
says she's doing a low country boil. Are those shrimp?
Oh, love that. So you're
What
doing
is
all,
it?
yeah, it's like what do they call that? A langostino boil.
Oh, I like langostinos. How do
Yeah,
you
it
get
can have
pictures of
shrimp, it can have other
langostinos?
things. Yeah, like clams, it can have lobster, big lobsters. Yeah, that's so cool. Awesome.
She said boar's head
Oh,
dog.
cool. I did not know Boar's Head made a pretty nutritious hot dog. You spelled my name wrong. Putin says,
Don't not
don't.
forget the mac
Okay.
and cheese, or as we say in Russia, macs and cheese.
That's good. Max
Don't
and the
ask me
cheese.
any questions. Don't ask me any questions either. Yeah. So yeah, I thought okay, so country boiled, that's what it is. Is
Yes, there's a crawfish boil, there's a low country boil, and basically a seafood boil also is more like a low country boil.
see, I would think country boil means like meat, like a New England boiled dinner.
What?
Like a New England boiled dinner.
Broil or boil dinner? What do you
Right? Is
boil
it
in New York?
boiled or broiled? I don't know what it is. I don't make it. I just eat
Oh, well, I don't know.
it. Well, then why didn't you just think it meant boil instead of broil? Is it broil? Or do
I
you
was
know something I
asking
don't
because
know?
I did not hear correctly which word you were using, so that's
Yep,
why I asked.
that's correct. That could happen. That could happen.
Yeah.
I know. You're she said shrimp, sausage,
Yes.
potatoes, corn on
Corn
the
on the
cob,
cob, so
Old
it's
Bay
Old Bay
seasoning.
seasoning.
Oh, that
Yeah.
sounds good.
Mine would have langostinos, shrimp, clams for the people that like that, along with the
Mm,
veggies. You can actually put anything in there. So
right.
cool.
That sounds really good. I like
Cajun
that. I've
cooking.
never been to like a clam bake. I've always wanted to go to a clam bake.
Mm. I opt out of clams. Anything that hard to get into and that ugly on the outside, God doesn't want you to eat on the inside.
Well, yeah, but wait, you mean oysters? Because clams, they open right
Oh,
up when
oysters
you.
and clams and all that in my boil. Yeah.
Well, no, I wouldn't boil an oyster. Oysters you would eat raw.
No, you can have them cooked also,
You
Tracy.
can. You can have
Yeah.
them raw, but not. I've never seen because that would be the easiest way to open them if that was the case, right? Would be to steam them and then. But
Yes,
I
when you
think
have,
about eating them like right then and there.
yeah, yeah,
Probably they probably go bad. But I have had fried oysters, like whole oyster.
yeah, Rockefeller. And the
No,
way
no,
I do, no,
no, fried. Like when you get whole belly clams.
yeah.
Oh, I've had them like that, like whole belly
And
oysters.
you can have them Rockefellered, which
Yes.
they're kind of cooked then. What I do at my low country boil back in the day is I used to do, all the langostino and shrimp because I like that in the pot with the corn and potatoes, et cetera, whatever goes in the pot. And then I would steam the clams on the side.
And langostinos, they're like crayfish, right?
Crayfish are crayfish, but langostinos are like smaller lobsters.
Right, but they are from the same, aren't they from the same
Yeah,
family?
of course, they're crustaceans.
Right.
Correct.
Well, yeah, like shrimp, but I mean, I don't even want to say what I heard what they are. Like they're like insects.
Yeah, it's considered the insect of the ocean. They're
Hmm.
bottom feeders, along with cod
Well, no, not
and
like that. No, not like that. It had something to do with like their legs and something and their invertebra something and something. Having
yeah,
their
but
skeletal thing on the outside.
they're
Hmm.
bottom feeders in the ocean, along
No,
with
but
the
it
fish
was
that are
yeah, they are
bottom
bottom
feeders.
feeders like
Hmm.
catfish, yeah. But they're
Yeah,
invertebrate is what makes them in.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Crustaceans.
Yeah, but they don't. Do they call like insects crustaceans too?
No, insects are actually a different vernacular.
But it's still the same with their some insects too.
Similar skeletal setups
Yeah,
as like a
invertebrate.
lobster would be maybe to an ant, is what you're saying?
Not wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got lost in Mr. Rourke's comments saying you think you're going to live your life alone in darkness and seclusion. Yeah, I know you have been out there and tried to mix those animals, and it just left you full of humiliated confusion. I don't know what he's saying. Hi, Through the Veil Paranormal. How are
Who?
you? Nice to
Who
see
said
you.
that?
Mr. Rourke, I think he's quoting a song or something.
He must be. He does that once in a
He's got
while.
to be. This is my friend Nicole. She goes
Oh,
on.
Veiled Paranormal. She has a channel that she
A great
investigates.
channel.
Yeah,
Absolute
I
great
stopped by
channel.
once
I'm
in a
going to drop the
while.
link just in case if she wants to grace us with her presence. Because
What's her real name?
Nicole,
Oh,
and
okay.
she had lived in this night. It was this house, the older house, and she would do this.
Seances?
No, not saying she's really got a gift. I mean, I'm saying like spirits, they like
Channeling?
she just I don't know. It'd be better if she was to explain because I can't explain, but you could tell they like her and feel comfortable so that where you'll watch some shows like that and nothing is going on, but with her show, we will all be like right on the edge of our seat
Excellent.
watching, her and her, she's got a significant other, she got a boyfriend and they are, a good team about, going about it and psychic medium. She said, if you want to come up through the veil, that would be so
Oh, she calls
sweet.
herself a psychic medium.
No, she
Interesting.
is a psychic. Yeah, that's what yeah, she is. Yep. And yeah, she is. And so she gets a lot of great responses through um, you know, through what I don't know what kind of a device it is that they use. Um, but she would know better than me.
Yeah, sometimes they use the spirit box, which is a channeling of frequencies that ghosts can manipulate. So they say,
Right, yeah. The like I like those EKG the EVP recorders.
yes, that is
Yeah.
sub a frequency that ghosts that the humans cannot hear, but if you record it when the ghost is talking, then you can play it back so humans can hear it. And then there's the the electromagnetic fields and the meters, almost like we're an electrician. You can have a meter like that that's an energy field meter. So the
Right.
lights light
Today I
up.
was in some cemetery and it was up to a 6. The little light.
Wow.
Yeah, it was up 6 bars, which is pretty good.
Some people use flashlights where you can unscrew the back of it and just have, like, you can tap it and the flashlight will turn on. And then you can tap it again just by the ghost touching it. It'll turn off to answer yes, no questions. Like, you can unscrew the back where the battery is so the ghost can not have to implode the button. They can just tap the flashlight to get the light to turn on. That's a form of communication. There's pendulums. There's other things. I can go on and on.
Right here. Well, here's Through the Veil Paranormal right here. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Hi.
Hello,
I'm
Nicole. How are you
Yeah.
doing? Nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm doing good.
Your
I've
voice
got
was
mushroom
low.
hunting. So,
Oh, what did you say?
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I said we was out mushroom hunting.
Oh, what kind of mushrooms?
Morels.
Ooh, hi, Dala.
Yeah. Big
That's
looking.
different, huh? Mushroom hunting. So you like are just like you know what mushrooms you can eat, or
Yeah.
are they mushrooms that are psychedelic?
No, we weren't tripping on mushrooms. That's the kind you can eat.
Oh, they're the kind you can eat. Oh, okay, yeah. So did you move from the place with the basement?
Yeah. Yeah, the sugar house. Yeah, I moved from there and I am now in Ohio.
And are you in a place where you think it's haunted? Like, have you felt anything there?
Oh, I know there's stuff here. It was haunted before I got here.
Right.
This
That's probably a lot. Oh, do you think that like ghosts follow you though? Like that's by what you know? Do you think that like that sometimes because you know how you said it was haunted before you got there? Like I would think that places would be, but I didn't think at all that perhaps you know because I felt like some of those spirits there in your old house would miss you.
Yeah, they probably do, but that's their
May,
home, so I have to leave them there.
may I ask you a question? Was it like a film reel type of haunting where it was the same thing over and over, or did you have interaction?
Oh no, I have interaction. I see them and talk to them just like I do normal people. I mean, they're just spirits.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
always have a lot of action around you with orbs, you know, that are absolute orbs. They're not dust. You can
Hmm.
tell when we're watching you. Like, I don't know if you can see them at the time. Would you, what do you prefer I call you?
Such as what?
Nicole?
Nicole is
Nicole
fine.
or Through the Veil?
Nicole, Vale, it don't matter what you call me.
Veil. Oh, Veil is good. Veil is good. Okay.
I'd
Yeah, I
stay
don't know
away
if
from
you
Vale.
can.
I'd call her Nicole.
Well, Veil is good. I like that. So when you're sitting in there, I don't know if you can see the same things as what we see because I think you have it on infrared or whatever that is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if they have their own light, I'll catch one out of the corner of my eye or something like that. But
Do
yeah,
you use, do you use a FLIR camera? FLIR?
we do have one right now. It's on the Brits, but
Hate it
uh,
when that happens.
yeah, mostly we use the spirit boxes. For me, my best equipment is just me, but I like to prove to other people what does exist beyond what you can't see. So,
Right. That's why there's so
scientific
much
stuff.
equipment. Hmm.
Yeah. I
When you
mean,
spent that night, when you spent the night in your basement, right?
yeah.
That was like, that you had those lights off, and there was those big spider right now. Oh no, it was like that cricket spider, remember?
Yeah. The cave
Ew.
crickets.
And
Damn. They
then she
jump
got
at
rid
you,
of
don't
it,
they?
and it was right back. Do you remember that?
Hmm.
They
Yeah,
travel in packs, Tracy.
they were
I mean,
everywhere.
it was creepy. The whole thing was creepy. But for me, I would never sit in the dark. She was
Oh,
in the dark with, like what is the type of camera that I'm thinking of? Is
um, I,
infrared?
yeah, I have a regular IR light, and then I have the 4K camcorder with IR. So, I run two different IR lights.
So, but it is totally dark like
Yeah.
where you were, right?
Oh,
That
yeah.
yeah, that first of all is, and then you have that hole there, which is scary.
Yeah,
A hole to
totally.
And
where, Nicole?
Well, what was actually there was a well, and they found a body
Ah,
in the well, but they covered it all in and everything, and they just kind of left the hole there. But
wow. So
yeah,
they found bones, not a body, right?
no, it was bones. They said,
Yeah.
her clothing, her clothing and jewelry and stuff was still on her. So, they
Oh,
guessed about 1800s.
wow.
But
Bless
how it got
that,
there,
right?
did they do an autopsy? Like a, do you think that the historical society had any kind of interest in like knowing who she was?
oh, I'm sure they did. Yeah, because I mean, obviously something had happened there. We also had those creepy sarcophagus looking things on the walls too. So, back in the day, they used to bury their family at home. You never
Well,
know.
sarcophagus encasements were actually put behind the wall to ward off juju from coming in the house.
Yeah, these look like crypts, like you would bury a child in.
Yeah,
One
they
was like
did.
for an adult.
Oh, so you're talking, yeah, I was talking like little, like jar size, not casket size or child casket size. I apologize.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah,
say
not
captive?
casket.
Oh, casket. I thought she said captive side. They were capturing people, throwing them in there.
So your
No,
house is called, excuse me, Tracy, your house
yeah,
is called the Sugar House. It's known by the Sugar House.
Sugar.
What is
S
it?
U Sugar. Sucher. Sugar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think, is
Got it.
that the one that they previously also were having experiences in?
We did find out there's good witches, there's bad witches. There was a lady that was practicing in the house. What she was practicing, I don't know. There was pentagrams and candle waxes found in the garage where we have a lot of activity.
That's
So,
satanic.
we don't know what she was practicing. We don't know. So,
And it
So,
was next to a cemetery, right?
mhm, a 1700 cemetery
ooh. And what state is the Sugar House in?
in Missouri.
Missouri. Thank you.
That would
Yeah.
be, I see, I'd be so scared to do any of those things, even to live next to a cemetery. I'd be too scared for that. Even if it was like the best, house in the world,
Mhm.
I'd be so scared about being near a cemetery.
No. You'd be surprised. There's not very many people, for me. I don't see very many people in the cemetery. A lot of them are visiting, that are spirits visiting graves. I don't know. It's just a ritual thing that they do. And, you don't find too many people that, stay around their own graves. They usually go to familiarity places, like a
And
house
you're
that they
talking
like.
spirits, huh? Like
Hmm.
you see the spirits there, huh?
Hmm. Yeah. It's,
Oh
it's
my
like when I went to
God.
Plymouth, Massachusetts with Jax. I couldn't believe. I mean, it was so overcrowded. It almost
Jax? Do
overwhelmed.
you know Jax?
Yeah, I'm dating Jack's Paranormal Underworld.
Oh, no. Wrong guy. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're thinking of maybe
Lady
Jax that was
Jax.
in here one time with the
No,
triple X's on there.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about a totally different channel. I
Oh,
apologize, Nicole,
Oh, it's
100%.
okay.
I'm sorry.
yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were so
So
many
crowded,
people
you said,
there.
about Plymouth?
It was so overwhelming for me. I mean, I almost had like anxiety attacks. I mean, to see the old pilgrims, and we went onto the Mayflower, which I really didn't get too much on the Mayflower because it's all been restored pretty much. But the area of Plymouth was really crowded with spirits.
It's funny that you said that because I had gone to Provincetown with a friend of
Hmm.
mine, Diane,
Hmm.
and she said that she saw she felt vibes like that too. Like I don't think she was at, unless she just didn't tell me that she sees actual people. Like I didn't even. So do you mean like remember the movie The Sixth Sense?
Yes.
Is
Bruce
that how
Willis
you
sees dead people.
right? But I mean like for Vale, is that
Mhm.
how you mean that you see?
I was
I
just
see
going to
them.
ask her that.
I see them just like people. They're a little more opaque to me, but I see their clothing. I see their actions. They speak to me. I speak to them. They're just people to me. I've been able to do this since I was 5. At first, I didn't understand it, and
Wow.
and now I just do what I do. I mean, I call it a psychic medium because I don't know what you even call it. I mean,
Yeah, that's got another terminology. I can't think of it right now, but you're more an impressionist. You get impressions, which means you get the whole detail about clothing and stuff. You can even probably tell us what they did in their life
mhm.
when they were alive.
Yeah, I mean, I just ask them. It's several places I've been to.
So
I've done.
do you do spearing, or do you do where you're writing?
I
No, they
do.
talked to her.
Yeah, they talk to me, but I have done spirit writing. I
Right.
also can like touch objects and tell
Oh,
you who owned it,
cool. I
who
always stay
doesn't.
away from that. You don't think that affects your inner energy,
Yeah,
Nicole?
I get drained a lot, but
Wow. You know that draining is a bad thing.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I would seriously, no, Tracy, seriously, and Nicole, if you're getting psychically drained after you do whatever it is you
No,
do,
but she knows. She stops. Like she's a
yeah,
professional.
yeah,
Have you ever seen her channel, Rachel?
I'm
Rachel?
trying to warn her because that, if you've
She
studied
knows
that,
that. Yeah. She knows
wow, and she
that.
puts herself out there to be drained
But yeah, but the
constantly.
thing is that
You
she
could
they
not pay me
I
enough to do that.
no, but they talk to her. I from what I mean, I'm just saying, like we're all on the edge of our seat when we watch.
Yes,
When Nicole is.
I understand.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
when
mean,
But
Nicole
I've seen ghosts. I always joke around, like mostly ghostly, but I've captured things, I've seen things, I've done cleansings in houses, and that's my extent right there. Because once they see you, they look. Once you see them, they look back at you. That's
mhm.
never a good thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I have more of a beacon. I mean, every time, I walk around a spirit and I see them turn their head, it's like, they recognize
Yeah,
me. So,
yeah, that's what
it
I'm
seems
talking about.
positive though. Like to me,
So
like
what do you think of, like, good spirits can be demonic and trick you?
yeah, I have not found that,
Yeah, but
honestly.
yeah, that's what
the
I'm saying.
veil
It
is
seems
what
like she gets
she's
a lot
talking.
of
Yeah.
good, positive. You know, like it seems that she seems to them as somebody who will help them if
Yeah,
they
but
want
Tracy, what
to.
I'm talking about is the devil is behind a veil that I don't care, even the
I
most
know, but
psychic
I'm gonna
medium
like because I
cannot
get a
look
lot of
through.
questions for her, Rachel. So
I'm
I'm gonna.
just saying that. I just
All
wanted to
right,
state that.
but okay, but
Yeah.
listen, I'm gonna put you in the chat room because I have a lot of questions for Vale, and I'm
Wow. Okay,
excited.
bye, Tracy.
So yeah, there is evil out there. I'm not gonna say it doesn't exist. Um, I did have a demonic experience when I was a teenager. So
But
yeah.
you seem to like get a lot of, you know, they answer your questions like when you're whatever way you're, using, or even if you're just, I don't know, like it seems that they gravitate towards you because, like you said, you're a beacon.
Yeah, anybody that's got a little, extra shine to them, if you want to call it, you're going to gravitate more spirits. Even if you're an empath or something, you're going to have a little brighter light to you, and they're going to recognize that. And a lot of these spirits, just want communication. If you can imagine, if you're been on this earth for 400 years and no one to talk to, you just
Ah,
want to speak out and reach out to somebody. And
do
I
you
find that a
think
lot.
that when they do go somewhere else, do you think that they do talk?
As far as going somewhere else, like going on as
Yeah, moving on. Like say that, how you said that they don't talk to, but you do. So for them, I wonder if nobody talked there either. And so their best hope is to find a beacon like you to
right. The
talk
ones that are
to.
still earthbound, they have not moved on for reasons, they want to protect a family member or something's not completely solved. I mean, if they're earthbound, then yeah, I
There
mean,
are
they want people to try to help them out.
I wonder like if that's why, you I don't know if like when you get there to heaven, do you think that people can, or do you think that, I'm just asking your thoughts because I never, for one thing, I never even thought about somebody who has your gift,
Mhm.
right? How when I was saying be scared to live next to a cemetery, that's just me thinking that I'm next to a cemetery.
Yeah.
I never thought on the level that you are on, because I'm not a psychic medium and I don't, so I never
Mhm.
thought about how you'd have to adjust to being okay with seeing what you see.
Yeah, I mean, it gets complicated. Like I said, back in the day, it used to bother me a lot. I wanted to back out of it. But now, I mean, I get so much information and I love helping spirits. When someone comes to me and they say, well, I've got this problem in my house, I got stuff moving around, I feel bad. And a lot of times it is just a spirit who needs something. As simple as a chair. I mean, I don't know if you know Sinister and Gino, but they were having a lot of activity in their house, and I happened to be on video chat with them one day, and I was like, there's a spirit there named Manny. I said, did you used to have an old chair in that room? And she's like, well, yeah, it was with the house. It was ugly. We threw it out. It's in another room. I said, he wants his chair back. So they brung the chair back into the room. I watched him sit in the chair. They have not had a bit of problem in that house.
You know what? It's so strange that you say that because the earlier, just a couple of minutes ago or whatever, when you first came on, and we were talking about before you came on the channel, and we were talking about the EVPs and the EMF, and
Mhm.
there was a cemetery that was in old Deerfield, and um, it had a stone, like one of the stones, one of these spots there, had an old chair
Mhm.
next to it. Yep. One of those with the weave straw, like not a big, like an old one. You can, it looked like nobody had sat in it for ages, but that it's just so strange that you said that because,
Yeah, a lot of spirits, it's like I said. I mean, you'd be surprised that it's the simplest of things that you miss being able to do or want.
now can you see like the things in this chat, like because that he says I believe we imprint on things in this dimension. Yeah, I think so too.
Hmm.
And I I think, like somebody had said about when a ghost looks like they're walking through a wall, that perhaps before the house or whatever house they lived in was remodeled, there was a
Hmm.
door there.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I've seen spirits look like they're halfway walking in. Okay, well, there used to be a two-story house here. you know?
Are they always sad?
No, no. I find a lot of happy spirits. Yeah. I mean, I barely run across, I get a few angry ones because, like I said, they're lonely, been trying to connect and they don't connect with anybody and they have, things that they want to say. But most people seem pretty content and that's why they have stayed here and not moved on because they're content doing what they're doing.
That's nice to hear.
Hmm.
'Cause I believe that you have a gift. Like some people you question, like you think if
Hmm.
they do or not really. But I've been watching you long enough to know that I think that you do have quite
Yeah.
a real, a big gift.
Mhm. Yeah, I won't BS nobody. And if I don't see anything or know anything, I'm not going to try to act like there is. If it is, it is. I mean, they tell me some things they don't tell me.
I know that I'm so excited to be talking to you, and then when I'm sitting here and I'm just talking to you now, and I'm like, oh my God, here she is, and I'm like wondering, I wonder if she picks up anybody around me. Like, can you tell when you're talking to somebody? Can you do that? Like, you know how they have the dial-up psychics, which I don't know. I am
Mhm.
not saying that you're psychic, but or in that
Yeah,
realm,
yeah,
but I mean, you're way well better than that, if you know what I mean.
yeah. I got to physically hear speaking, or if I see them, then I could tell you, say, you have an elderly woman around you. She looks like she's about 60. And then I had the psychic sniff, and I have it around here a lot because I had this pressure in my ears. That's why you hear me snipping on my videos. But yeah, for me to be able to, I really have to see that person and hear them. And then I could tell you exactly who they are, first name, last name, what they look like, and what they want.
Right. Because I'm always excited because I'm always trying to contact, like people who
Mhm.
I've lost, but not like I just always kind of, you hope like maybe when you're making a recording or something. But then I think if I did physically see, you know, like say my sister or somebody who's my mom, you know, whatever, then I
Mhm.
would be hard pressed to, yeah, it would be sad, I think, in a way.
Yeah, and some of them, they were content in life and they're done and they move on to, you know, where they're going and we don't have them to connect with.
Now, can I like now? I want to delve into something else. How did you and Jax meet? That's so. I think it's so great, and you guys are a good team.
Well, we actually met through like a chat group like this. You know, we were talking, realized that we were on the kind of the same level, and we just kind of hit it off as far as being friends and went from there.
Yeah, he's a nice person. He's a very nice person. I always get confused between him and Jax with the three X's.
Sorry, I'm here.
Hmm.
I was solving a pizza problem. One
Oh,
moment.
yep. You guys, I'm so excited to have her here. I don't know if you guys have
I'm
ever
here.
checked out her channel. I'm going to drop her link too so that you guys can check her channel out because I really want you guys to see because Nicole and you've been on some really great expeditions, like, you know.
Yeah, we have some more coming up too. We're going to be going to Trans Allegheny. I'm going to try to get going to get to Lake Shawnee and do a camping trip because I would really like to see the spirits there that they talking about.
Is that a national forest?
Used to be an amusement park,
Oh, that's
an old amusement park.
be
Yeah,
careful though, because you know those missing people going missing in the national forest and everything.
yeah. I'm not
You
too
know.
worried.
So do you basically see like spirits just everywhere you go, like just?
Oh yeah, it's an everyday thing.
And do you like? How do you know the difference?
They're more, like I said, they're more opaque. I mean, yeah, they do have clothes on them, but you can see more through them than actual people.
And the first time you said it happened when you were 5, do you mind like if I ask you what happened?
Oh no, not at all. Whenever I had my first experience, I was probably about 5, and I used to have an old man that would come into my room, and he would tell me about the farm and how they fed their chickens, and he was telling me about the quail in the back of the house and how to, hook up the the plows to the mules and stuff like that. And I bring it to my mother's attention, and I'm great. I had support back then, but she was like,
Right, I encouraging.
yeah. She said, I don't think he should be in your room. She's like, I'm going to stay in there for the night, and you can sleep with your dad. So she ended up sleeping in that room, and the only thing that she got, it felt like she said cobwebs that went over her face. It wasn't too long that they decided they were moving.
Oh, but you still kept seeing spirits, right?
Yeah, yeah, that didn't stop anything.
Did you ever like well, I know the house that you lived in had a like the girl that they found in the well. Do you think she ever came to you or the body? You said it was a woman, right?
Yeah, I never got her spirit that came through at the house, so I wasn't for sure on that one.
XX wants to know if the gift runs in your family line.
Yes, it does. My grandmother, who is full blooded Cherokee, had the gift. She was a shaman. My son has it. My daughter is kind of sensitive. Uh, yeah,
So your grandmother can heal? Is she still?
she's no longer with us, but yeah, she was a shaman. She studied medicines and stuff like that. She was a seer.
I'm sorry. What did your father think of? Was he gifted as well, or was
Well,
he like tolerant? Did he believe?
my dad was never really in the picture in my life, so I don't really know.
Right. Mine wasn't either. So
Yeah.
that's like a common story. I find that when people um have that family that we used to see on like the long distance phone calls, commercials, and all that, how sweet it is. I'll find myself, shedding a tear to the father and daughter dance for weddings and stuff, and what a gift that is. So it's something that some people, so I like to point out, like, to people to, if you've got like a dad and they're, you
Mm-hmm.
know, around and everything, they're a good dad. It's something, even a mom, I mean, a mom too, that's like that as well. But,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah, my mom was always interested. I was, paranormal investigator way back in my teens, where you try to find the cemeteries and, see who's there and write down, the tombstone.
my mother used to take
And,
me doing
you know,
that
I was doing
grave
excavating, and
robbing.
she loved it. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you cut
So,
out just
yeah.
a little bit there.
No, my mom was, she was always interested in doing, that kind of stuff. And I mean, I had a really great support team growing up.
My
So they,
mother did that too. She was, interested in, the parent. See, for me, like when I was talking about when you were in your basement and you were, the lights were out,
mhm.
I would be so scared. Um, somebody is saying that they have a question, and I don't see the question. SD asked it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Oh, about go running through your family.
yeah,
Okay. I thought that the- oh,
I thought
okay. I have a
I thought there
question.
was another one.
I did too, right? I did too. But
Mm.
uh, yes, slave race made by the reptile spaceman. He's going on about aliens. I think they're two different things, though. Do you?
Actually, no. I believe the paranormal is something unexplained. You can't explain aliens. You can't explain, cryptids. So it's all part of the paranormal field. It all depends. You got your, and I don't even like to say, we call them seasoned. You got your seasoned people that do each field of paranormal. So yeah, even
Sneezing?
though
Is that what you said?
seasoned, yeah, we're
Oh,
not all
season.
professionals. We're just seasoned. Some's been here longer doing it than others.
Now, do you get scared about spirits following you home? Because I hear people, they say that's, one of the things, but
Mhm.
I've also seen some of the paranormal investigators and they say like a prayer beforehand. And
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is to protect yourself from, the evil entities that are there. I mean, prayer or whatever faith that you do have, your token that's going to keep you safe.
right.
But as far as spirits following you home, and I've told everybody this, I mean, they're people. If someone said, hey, you can't do this, I'm going to probably do it anyway. So I usually don't tell a spirit that, you can't follow me. I mean, if you don't want to, just
Uh,
hopefully you can find your way back.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a really good thought there. Yeah, because you're right. They might be like, well, why? I'm going to follow. Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly. And you had that, I remember the one with you had a slave that kept talking to you. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yusuf and Marina.
Yeah, that was really interesting. And his voice just kept coming back, and you kept getting, valid answers and the
Hmm.
same voices. It was so. Now,
Yeah.
what did you think about when you came here? You went to Freetown State Forest, right?
We never went to the forest. Like I said, he took me to Plymouth, and he took me to. Uh, there was like a mill area that he took me to right outside of Plymouth, and I told him there used to be a mission there, and he's like, "No, it used to be a mill." And I'm like, "No, there was a mission on the property." And actually look back, and yeah, there was a mission on that property for the Indians.
It was a meal area, did you say?
A mill, like for corn and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, because I've been reading about that Freetown State Forest. I'm surprised that he didn't bring you there. Because, I feel like you would really be, that'd be interesting to see. Like, do you go through forest, like if you're ever hiking, right?
Hmm.
And see people walking like next to you that aren't there. You know how you said you see spirits, like,
Yeah,
and you know that they're,
they're just not supposed to be there, but they are. I always
Yeah.
wanted to go to Lizzie Borden's house and ask Lizzie exactly what happened.
Do you think she did it?
I really don't know. That's why I said I want to go, and I would like to touch the walls and just, take a look back at that moment, or even maybe talk to her personally and find out exactly what happened. After so long. Hey, Lizzie, you're already gone. I'm pretty sure you can come up with a true story
Now,
now.
what if you went to the house that she actually owned before she died
Hmm.
and lived
Her,
in there? Do you think her spirit would be more apt to be there than lingering in the house?
yeah, I think she would be at her home, not her mom and dad's home, the one that's a B&B. I think she would be more at her house.
I think so too.
Hmm.
I do. And that'd be a good show because if the people, I don't know if it's owned by anybody who is a private owner or if it's something that I know that the actual Lizzie Gordon house is a B&B, but
I
now
not,
thinking about it for what you would like to do, and that'd be very interesting to see if you could get the real story right from her mouth.
yeah, that would be awesome. I do not know Jeffrey Fishlow. Nope, I do not know.
No, I never heard of him either, Jeffrey Mishlow. No. But that would be an interesting bunch of like a series of it for you to go to different places where you could talk to and tell and find out the real story, hopefully from their mouth.
Yeah, that's my intentional and goal and plan of everything. I mean, I love to hear the history. I don't. I like to go in blind, is what I call it. I don't want to know about who lived here, who used to live here, because if I'm gonna run to a spirit, they're gonna tell me anyway. And then you will know validation through me because you haven't told me anything, and they're going to give me the whole deal on it. So,
Yeah, I think that is part of the what makes those shows validating. I used to watch a show called Sensing Murder,
mhm,
and it was some Australian and New Zealand psychics that would go to um, you know where you know certain towns where there had been a murder, and they didn't tell them about it, and I believed it because they actually had a very skeptical officer go and watch them making the entire show to see if these people were giving them any signals, anything like that at all. And these people would walk right up. They would have them in the car and say, okay, no, stop here at this house.
mhm.
And it would be their house. And I feel like you're correct in saying to go in there, like a cold reading.
Mhm.
Now, I had gone to see a psychic medium named John Holland. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Well, I had done like some research of who's considered to be one of the best like in my area,
Mhm.
and I had seen him on Unsolved Mysteries when I was a kid. So he's been around for that long,
Oh.
and so I I got lucky, and it was a feeding of 50 people. And I don't know if you know this story, but it's just like it comes into a question. Like I have a question for you. There was 50 people, and usually there's like thousands in his audience. So it's seems less apt that you would maybe get him talking to, right? So he, like you, I believe, would hear the voices, and there's so many talking that he says if he's talking, but sometimes he's not talking to the audience; he's talking to them.
Mhm.
You know, I don't want to. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was
Okay.
feeding my face. I'm listening.
Okay, good. Yeah, so good. That's a good time for you to like feed your face because great. Because so this way I can tell this. So the so anyway, so he starts talking about when you ask a question, like a psychic will ask a question, and he'll say, okay, so if anybody in this room has anybody had a brother that passed away named William? Now, if there's an audience of like 1,000 and couple of people say I have and raise their hand. There's whatever. But here's an audience of 50, and I was the only one who said, that I had lost a brother named William. And he said, oh no, it's not you. So then a little further into it, he says, I'm getting a older woman here, and somebody didn't make it to the hospital on time. She couldn't talk right before she died, and somebody didn't make it to the hospital on time before their mother passed away. Once again, I said me, and he said, he comes and he walks by and he goes, you know, I wish I could say it was for you, sweetie, but it isn't. And then he stops and like he's in the middle of 25 chairs on each side of the room. And he's at my row. He goes, and he stops and he goes, oh, okay. He said that was for me, like himself, like he heard voices for himself. And he goes, you know what you should do, sweetie, is you should make a list of the people who you'd like to contact and a certain nickname or something that used to, you know, but I had that in my pocket.
Yeah.
I had a list like that in my pocket. So he kept saying throughout the whole thing, he would be right on target with me, but he would always say, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. And it looked like he was choosing to fit square pegs into round holes. But at the end of it all, he says, who here has breast cancer? Right?
That's kind of reaching, but yeah, okay.
But I didn't know I had breast cancer then. So I wondered, like somebody had said to me, maybe he saw a color around you and couldn't, say it to you, but wanted you to pick up on how many things he was right about. Because I could never understand why somebody who could have been right and getting, like 100% right, even if it was, I mean, it was right. It was, everything was right. And he kept saying it wasn't me.
Yeah. And I call those, I don't want to say that they're fakes because, I mean, yeah, they might have some intuition, but for me, it's more reaching. Okay. How many people in here know somebody named Sally? Okay. That could be 25 people know Sally. Okay. Well, we're going to wait and I will get further into, well, Sally was on her way to the hospital. Okay. Well, okay. Most people do go to the hospital. You know what I'm saying? They lead. And with me, if you have a spirit standing beside you, I'm going to be saying, I'll walk out there. You have Dawn here. And Dawn said, you know,
Yeah, I see what you're saying, that you'll see that. Yeah, okay.
yeah,
Yeah, so
be
he may
direct
not
with a
have a
person.
gift.
Yeah, if you're seeing spirits and you're getting that connection, then you should be able to say right off, who Don is. I mean, if you're connected with him, you should know who he belongs to and, solve that out right there. I mean, I don't like those pulling, leading questions.
That makes me feel better because, for a while there, I was like angry, like thinking maybe I didn't pick up on something like he was telling me. Maybe I should have, checked further. Maybe I should have paid more attention. Maybe he should have told me, but what you're saying makes me feel better. Like maybe he was just a fake and he was reaching. Like maybe he had some
You
kind
will
of
find a
gift.
lot of yeah. Yeah, you got those reachers, and I see a lot of them on these shows. And I swear, I scream at the TV like it's a football game. I'm like, there's a spirit right beside you. Why don't you just ask them?
Right. And he wouldn't have been saying that. Who here? Who here?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. That makes so much sense. I'm so glad I asked you and you took the time to, because that stays on my mind, like thinking, when you shoulda, woulda, coulda about things,
Mm-hmm.
and that I, kept, shoulda, woulda, coulda in my mind going back. I know that I hate to be talking about like a different topic, but you don't mind, do you?
No, I don't mind.
Yeah, but I thank you. I appreciate that you don't mind, and it is the same topic, but you know what I mean. Like,
Hmm.
I don't know, just going through saying to myself, maybe I should have done mammograms more, or I should have checked myself more, or paid attention to signs my body was giving me, like that. I kept thinking I had a swollen gland every once in a while.
Yeah, but you don't know those things. I mean, that's what they make doctors for. I mean, things happen.
And yeah, I know, but you made me feel better because I kept like kind of
Hmm.
beating I would go back to that, you know, that psychic medium in my head. And it was
Yeah.
only a couple of months before that he said that. So I would beat myself up, and him too. But now I know exactly what you're saying is correct. That if any of those messages would have been, then I felt like he cheated me out of my messages and stuff, you know?
Hmm. Yeah.
But now I bet what you said is absolutely correct. If somebody's standing next to you, you would say that. Now, has that ever happened to you? Like, have you ever gone up to somebody and they have somebody standing next to them and it
Oh
was
yeah.
a random thing, but you just had to say it?
Oh yeah. I've told a story before, and I probably wasn't even in my 20s yet, and I was in a grocery store, and I kept seeing this man, following this woman, and I went the next aisle over, and he was coming up to me, and he just blurted out these numbers to me, and I had already seen him with the other woman, and, and I'm trying, to, you know, blow it off because I don't like people to think I'm crazy, especially at that young age, impressionable age. You don't want to make people think you're nuts.
Right.
But I had went back over and he's standing there next to her and he's waving at me to come over and I'm like, oh no, I can't go over to this lady. And I finally got up the courage and walked up to her and I gave her these numbers. I was like, you don't know me from Adam, but there's a man with you and he tells you, let's say the numbers were 12, 23, 14. I don't know. They were numbers. And she looked at me and she goes, seriously? I was like, yeah. I said, yeah, you might think I'm crazy, but that I just had to tell you. She goes, my husband had died a couple weeks ago, and we've been looking for the combination to the safe. I said, well, maybe that'll work. And apparently, they live there in town because I seen her like a few weeks later, and she let me know that that was exactly the numbers to get into the safe. And she wanted
Wow.
to pay me, and I'm like, no, 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 you were not paying me for doing that. But yeah, I like doing stuff like that.
Yeah, because I think like if people refer to having that ability and they refer to it as a gift,
Hmm.
then people who you know, want to charge for that,
Yeah,
then they're kind of
I am.
it's questionable to me.
I am strictly nonprofit. Yeah, my channel is monetized, but the only reason I do that is because we do giveaways. T-shirts. We go to places.
Well,
We
your
invite
channel
people to
should
go
be
with us.
monetized.
But
It You have a good channel. You put a lot of work into that, and it takes a lot of work, and it takes, money and going to those and people are, they like your channel and
yeah,
your live streams and your giveaways and stuff. I mean, yeah, people
but
like
if someone comes up to me and wants help, yeah, you're going to get it. I mean, I'm not going to charge you anything. Now, if you live halfway across the country, you might be like, you might have to work on some gas because I can't fly, but I will help you.
that could happen too, that somebody could pass away and they know the combination and you don't.
Yeah, I was like,
That is crazy.
I thought it was wonderful. I was like, wow.
Yeah, exactly. I bet you she did too. And she
Hmm.
probably wished that she had like like she didn't, did he like go away, the guy that was saying it, or did he want to talk more and have you say more to her?
I really don't know. He wasn't with her whenever, she came back and talked to me. So I guess he was at ease knowing that she got what she needed. So
Right. Mm.
And
That would be so interesting. And I see. I think it goes to the
yeah,
right people, like a gift
that's
like
my.
that.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like your gift went to you because you're not scared of it too.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not scared. I don't judge. I worry about what people think about me sometimes, but anymore, I just get to. It's going to be what it is. What can I do? You know?
Well, I'd be more scared of the ghost. Like I wouldn't worry, like
Yeah, those are
me, yeah,
harmless.
I'd be scared to death.
They're harmless. They just. I
I
mean,
mean,
they're people.
especially if I lived next to a cemetery and there was a lot of people in it, and I was, but see, but you knew that you did that, so it wasn't shocking to you. I'm looking at it
Mhm.
like if I all of a sudden just developed the gift, you know, looked out the window and there's a bunch of people out in the cemetery. Oh my God, I'd be freaking out.
Oh, yeah, that would
I'd
be.
be like rocking. It would be like Dawn, Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah,
Oh, that'd be horrible.
board yourself in your house.
Mm-hmm. Calling the police and they're like, we don't see anything.
Yeah,
They're there, I tell ya. Put down the bottle, lady, and come out.
yeah. I
Now,
wanted to
have
go.
you ever?
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
Have you ever seen any of your loved ones?
Yeah, I spoke to my grandmother a few times. Uh, I think I've seen my grandfather once in the house when I was younger.
Now that does that like freak you out? That must so like. What about like your friends' loved ones? Like if you're, somebody that you are around and they've lost somebody. Like, is it
Um,
hard to say to them, oh, somebody that you are around a lot? Like how do you? Is that hard?
yeah, it's not too hard. I mean, I have a spirit with me now that I don't know if I can indulge too much in saying this because it's not my spirit, it's not my loved one, but they
Right?
do hang. They hang around me, and I am the direct communication between the person that lost that person and them. So I just kind of live between the two worlds, between the two, and I try to keep, the communication lines going. But what is hard for me is because I feel, you should let them go, move on. But, you
Oh,
know,
you usually would want them
mhm.
to like tell them it's okay to move on, but because in this case, I like in my
Yeah.
mind, I
I
was
mean,
thinking,
they're
wow,
here.
that would be awesome. That's what I was thinking. That'd be awesome to be able to talk to somebody I love, but then I didn't look at it like how you put it, how, you're normally more apt to say go and relax, plus because of it drain like you were saying earlier about it draining your energy.
Mhm. And, it's like I tell the spirit that is with me, and I try to tell the person that is related to this spirit. Eventually, you are going to get old and you are going to pass on. And this whole time, the spirit has been here, pretty much wasting their time of moving on and getting stuck, waiting to make sure you're okay. Let them go now. But it's
And
kind of hard
I
for people.
like, what do you think is on the other side when you're like, convincing like a spirit to pass on, it's better, right?
Well, I can give you the story that a spirit told me,
Please do.
and I tell everybody you can choose to believe it or not believe it because a lot of people believe, there's heaven and hell, and that's fine. But there is a Bible terminology in there, and it's called the river of life. I'm pretty sure everybody's heard that.
Yeah.
All right, when your soul or your spirit leaves your body, and you know the direction that you're supposed to go, usually there is a light. But if you have unfinished business and you stay behind, you become earthbound. Sometimes you cannot find the light. It doesn't happen like it happens. You just don't poof show up at the pearly gates. Sorry, it don't work that way. So you actually need directional light to this river source. And your soul is within that collective. Now, God or whatever you want to call it, He will, reach into this river of life, and he will put you forward into another life. Okay, energy cannot be created or destroyed, so it goes somewhere. And you hear a lot of these kids saying that they have memories of past lives, or you have kids that are born with an ability that is beyond their control to have this ability. And usually, one few things that could happen. You died quickly, you went on quickly, you still have those memories attached, or you were next to another soul within the river before you passed on. So there is a whole lot of things that could have happened that gives you
So do
intelligence.
you believe in reincarnation? So when those little
Yes.
kids, like I do notice that it seems they forget, the memories
Mhm.
when they get older. So
Yes,
you're saying yes to that.
I highly believe in reincarnation.
Yes.
Yes, there is a God. God is there to help you with this. He is the master and the creator of the river of life.
I believe in that too, of the reincarnation. I mean, pretty much basically, like I'm open to everything you're saying. But my sister,
Mhm.
she said, she goes, do you remember when you were 3? And she said, and in England, you kept talking about Joseph Stalin, and you were telling me and mom details about living in a Russian village, and when Stalin was like the leader, and I was like, I vaguely remembered because my mother had mentioned it, but not as detailed as what my sister was saying. I didn't know I had gone into like all these details and everything.
Mhm.
And I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing that I never knew I was one of those kids as well. I wonder if we all kind of what people put off to imaginary friends
Yeah,
are really, yeah.
yeah. A lot of times, I think imaginary friends are spirits because as we get older, we kind of lose that childish innocence, believing in Santa Claus and all that. So, we kind of push the imaginary aside, and the veil gets, you know, put over our face, as you want to call it, and we no longer can see that imaginary fantasy world. So, just I think
I
children.
think people who maybe are some of the determining factor of allowing somebody to keep that veil and that gift is, you know, what I guess, because I feel like, I wouldn't be good with a gift like you have
Why not?
because I'm not brave enough for that.
You get brave. I'm not saying that I'm not scared. I am totally scared of the dark for a reason. But yeah, I mean, there is fear. I mean, fear is a gut instinct to tell you to turn around. Sometimes, as investigators, we ignore that gut instinct. We should not, but we do.
But I'm saying, like, even the cricket, okay? The cricket incident, even that, like, I'd have been like, oh my God, there's a cricket. And, like, you, like, found the cricket, you put it outside, and then, I mean, within seconds, there was another cricket right there. And we were all like, what? Now, me, I'd already be packing all my stuff because, or
Now, if
turning
that's
the lights on at least.
now if that was a spider, it would probably been a different story.
If it was spider, what? Are you scared of them?
I despise a spider.
Me too. So yeah, and that's why I can't even believe that you were down there in the dark without thinking like, oh my God, and you were even saying, oh, I feel like something brushed against me, but, and at that time, like an orb would really be right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And XX, do you believe that before you come back, you pick how you will die or you do a life plan? That's a good question.
I don't think we can choose how we die. I think that just happens. I mean, we don't know how we're going to die every day. I mean, something could happen to me tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, I don't have that plan in place.
I don't think we would want to plan to die.
Mhm.
You know that? Knowing what I know now, like having, what particularly going through.
Hmm.
I feel like people who have, you know, took their, that would, like, say, like, people who took their own life or something. I feel like if they'd have gone through something like what I'm going through, they probably wouldn't have taken their own life. It
Hmm.
puts a different perspective.
Yeah, and I went to a suicide house, and the whole reason I was there is because the other person didn't have closure with that person. But I don't think they were ready to move on. I really don't. Uh, I think they, like I said, they got kind of lost in the mixture of what happens after you die. But I think they realized, well, now what do I do?
After they died,
Yeah, because even in the EVPs, there was another spirit there that was coming across. I guess he was on the property because he was really close, and they was letting me know that the person was in the bathroom. I'm like, what's he doing in the bathroom? A lot of spirits do not know it, that they have gone, which is really strange. But and that's why we don't tell them, hey, are you dead or when did you die? Because that can cause a whole lot of issues in a property. Yeah,
they don't know that they're dead. Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
yeah. Some people, some do not, and it can cause poltergeist activity. It can cause an angry spirit. I mean, you would think that okay, I'm moving through objects and I'm doing things that are, a lot of them they see things a little bit differently. I guess it's still a mind lock for them, but a lot do not know that they have gone.
When my after my sister had passed away and we were in England to bring her ashes there, I had a dream that I came down the stairs and she was sitting in the and she even had like an outfit on that was hers, and she was sitting there and I said, "Oh, Linda, what are you doing here?" And she said, Why wouldn't I be here?" And I said, "Oh, 'cause," and then I said, "Oh, never mind. While you're here, I'm gonna, hold on to you," and I remember like hugging her tight. And so that's, something too that I always wondered about if they knew they were passed
Hmm.
away, and ponder a lot about like what happens after, um, and I
Yeah,
think it would suck
I think
to.
Vladimir was
You think Vladimir was what?
saying something about purgatory. I really don't know about purgatory.
Yeah, isn't that
Uh,
supposed to be a bad place?
it's kind of an in between place. I guess if you're stuck between, not knowing where the light is, I guess it could be a purgatory. Some people choose to stay here.
Sometimes
Uh,
I feel like, how you said if you've done things in your past and that your soul can't fly free, like it kind of weighs you down. So
uh,
you have to you have to rectify things that you've done, even if it means being in a different life, in another life, reincarnated, but being a different type of person than you were before. Like you might not get to rectify that particular situation, but you can have the opportunity to rectify that characteristic that held you from being able to go to a different level.
I was going to tell Clemson, I do help in missing persons. I have done 3 or 4 of those. Um, if I'm around or near the spirit, or if I could touch something that the spirit has, if that person is even gone, uh, I I don't work too much on the psychic. I have not, really conditioned that because I talk to spirits so much. I do get messages, visions, stuff like that, but I have not really worked on that. Where my missing persons cases usually come in is if there is a spirit there, and I can say, hey, yeah, they're no longer with us, but let's see if we can find out where they may have been disregarded or something to that effect, or who's done it.
That would be the worst,
Mhm.
like somebody who, I mean, it would be the worst, but then again, the best,
Right.
kind of in a way. I mean, it'd be probably pretty difficult for the person who sees the spirit,
Hmm.
but to tell the family, where they are and give them some sort of closure so that
Right.
they don't have to make a deal. You know how I've seen where they make deals with these serial killers,
Right. And
to have a reduced sentence if they, tell the family where they put the body or if they can. And I'm always like, that is so crazy.
and I sat down with almost, I mean, it was 3 hours. It's not, probably 3 hours with a family one time. And it was just conversation between the spirit and the family. And they got to have closure in that last moments of together that they didn't get to have. And that was wonderful for me. I mean, it was hard, yes, but at least they got some kind of closure in it. They could, tell that person that things that they want to say, and that person could speak back through me.
That's the reason I think, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why I think I would like to meet you face to face because I do need closure.
Uh-huh.
I definitely need closure. And um, I go back and forth like in my head about it. And I think that closure would help me, to stop
Right. If
thinking
that
about it.
spirit was there to connect with and sit down with, then I mean, yeah, that would be great. Y'all can sit and have a conversation.
Now, what if the spirit ever said something that was hurtful to the person and you didn't, it wasn't what they wanted to hear? Like,
Oh, I tell people right off from the get go, I'm not going to lie to you. If this person or your grandmother says that you treat them like crap and blah, 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 I'm going to tell you what they say. I'm not going to beat around the bush. There needs to be closure. Things need to be said. So don't take anything I say personally if you know it's the truth. So whatever the spirit has to say, then that's what they're going to have to say.
right. Just the reason why I ask that is because sometimes, well, now I'm just gonna like just tell you because whatever I'm talking to you. So but with my mom, like that whole not getting to the hospital, and because my I didn't get the phone call. I didn't get a phone call.
Mhm.
You know, so that bothers me. It sticks in my head because I'll think, she thinks I didn't want to be there or didn't want, like.
Mhm.
And then somebody said, well, what if she told them she didn't want you there, and that's why your sister didn't call.
Yeah, you never know. That's something that if her spirit was still around, you could have that little one on one. Say, hey, I didn't get the phone call. Did you actually want me there? And you say yes or no, or
Well, she had said that too a lot when she was alive. She would say, and when I'm on my deathbed, I don't want you anywhere near me. And I would, like always in my head, even though, it was a terrible thing to think of, but I was determined that when she was, if, that time ever came, I would be there,
mhm.
you know?
Yeah,
And,
but that was
uh,
her wishes. I mean,
that's what I
not
think,
much
like
you could change
maybe,
about that.
but maybe she, like, I don't think well, yeah, that's why I don't want to tell you too much in case I ever am in
Mhm.
front of you, so that you can.
Mhm.
But then
Yeah.
again, you could just, if she was talking to you in the here and now,
Mhm.
as you know, to resolve the issue, then it wouldn't matter what you knew about the past, really,
Yeah.
because
'Cause, I mean, first of all, I would, tell me something that I'm not going to know. No one else is going to know. Only she's going to know, and she'll tell me something. Remember the blah blah blah, and
right, you would, yeah,
yeah, and then we'll just go with the conversation from there.
right. Because I feel like part of me thinks my mother didn't feel that way about him because I was the youngest. I would stay with the family, you know. But then again, a part of me is like really needing that closure because there was just a lot of times in my life where she wasn't very, you know, kind of like verbally abusive and stuff. And
Hmm.
it's funny how we all hang on to, and we think that they don't bother us, kind of, but past memories and past experiences.
Right.
Like, did you have like is there anything in particular like that you feel like you had no closure with in your life?
Mm, not really.
No,
No.
not even with like people who were like here and now and not passed away, and that you can't, because that's one thing. Like you can reach people who are passed away, but not
Mhm.
people who are physically here and may have been absent.
Yeah, I have no rift really. I mean, even with, my family, I mean, they're all up in airs and it's like the Hatfields and McCoys. But whenever I moved, I even said to them, I have peace within myself that I'm moving on. I mean, y'all don't say 2 cents to me on a daily basis. You ain't got nothing to say to me now. So yeah, I don't have any regrets or anything like that.
Right, right. Yeah, so I guess it would be more apt to be somebody who you can't reach out to, that you like, for me, my
Mhm.
mother. So
Right.
that's where more you, yeah, that would come into play. And I just here's Lemon and Ace. Good morning, Survivor Girl. Good morning, Ace. Ace. Everybody's saying hi to Ace. She's from Australia.
Hello.
And definitely, I'm gonna put your. Sorry, I'm late. Lemon said. I know, because if I'd have known like that, you were gonna. Oh my God, because I think it's amazing what you do, Nicole. Dale. I never
I,
know what to call you, even when I'm in the chat room.
either one is fine. As long as it's not veal. I've had a lot of people call me veal.
Veal. Do you eat meat?
Yeah, yeah, I eat meat.
So you don't have any ghost animals come in making you feel guilty.
I seen chickens at Bobby Mackey's. I've seen a few ghost cats, but no, I don't. No.
Did you really?
Yeah,
You saw chickens at Bobby Mac?
yeah. I I I like seen a couple of spirits. I talked to Bobby Mackey's first wife upstairs. She just wanted to be left alone. We left her alone. You could actually hear her say thank you on the EVPs. And then we went downstairs and we were, looking through the basement. That's where I got my neck hurt, my head, by the way. But I was
Your
looking
neck hurt?
around. Yeah, it felt like he reached into my neck and like pulled my spinal cord. I almost hit the floor. I was in so much pain. But that was a physical attack on me because I was getting too close to something that I still need to figure out. But yeah,
Has that been reported there
yeah.
before? Like, has other people been
Mhm.
physically attacked too?
Oh
Like
yeah.
common?
Oh yeah. It's common. But
Wow.
I was in that one room before I passed over to the other room where there was like 50 people hanging out, spirits. And I was looking around and there's chickens in like, like chicken pens, like roosting pens. And I was like, what is with all the chickens? And when no one else acknowledged that I was seeing chickens, then I knew I was seeing spirit chickens. And I was like, oh wow,
Oh my God.
chickens.
That's pretty bad. I mean, I saw like a movie one time called Dinner for like, it was a comedy movie. It was called Dinner for Schmucks, and there was this lady who was, she could hear animals, and the dinner was lobster,
Hmm.
and it was really good. It had that Steve Carell, Paul Rudd, good cast. Jack Black was in it,
Hmm.
and not Jack Black. I forget his name. Whatever. Maybe it was Jack Black. It is Jack Black. Anyhow, so she's going. They put this lobster down in front of her, and she's going, oh, I see the water. It's boiling, and then she makes this noise, and everybody pushes their plate in the middle of the table. It's pretty funny.
That would be
But I
funny.
did see a show one time about a psychic lady who could talk to animals, and it was really amazing. I mean, the things that this woman said, uh, she was talking to a guy who he would feed like it was in Florida, so I think alligators or whatever's there.
Mhm.
Um, and he would feed this particular alligator off his dock and talk to it. And so it had stopped eating and being sad and depressed. So he had this woman come, and she said, "Are you getting divorced?" And the guy was like, Yeah, so this was years ago before like the internet and everything. This isn't something recent I watched. This was a long time ago.
Hmm.
So, because I always will think they get a lot of information from the internet and stuff, but this was
Yeah.
way before that. And she said, "Are you getting divorced?" And he said, "Yeah, I am." And she said, "Do you come down here and talk to the alligator about your divorce and how sad you feel?" And he said, "Yeah, I do." He said, she said, "He's sad for you." He was like going through a depression for the guy, the alligator was. And then
Animal
she
whisperer.
said, "Have you?" Yeah, like a whisperer. Yeah. She said, "Also, have you recently changed um what you feed him?" And he said, "Yeah, I switched him to chicken because I thought it would be healthier for him." And he said, "Oh, hi, Mentha, man. We have a great guest too tonight. So if you have any paranormal questions or anything." And Ace, is there a way you can drop the link to Through the Veil Paranormal? Usually all I have to do is type in Through the Veil, but that's because I watch you a lot, so it might. But yes, she said he doesn't like chicken. He wants you to go back to red meat. But she knew those things that,
Hmm.
the guy didn't tell her, so I thought that was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Psychic ability is pretty amazing. But now you're not a psychic. Those are different things, correct?
Yeah, the only thing I claim on the psychic part is because it's like one time my brother was going to get ready to fly home out of the Air Force,
Yeah.
and I just got these visions, and I don't say get on the plane, don't get on that plane. And he was going to argue with me. He wanted to come home right then and there. I was like, no, just don't do it. And that plane actually was one of them that went down.
Really?
I had that feeling.
That is, and the chances of somebody like being able to cancel a flight,
Hmm.
um, you know, from from anywhere. Could you imagine? Like, what would you do if, say, it was a flight that you were supposed to get on,
Hmm.
and you
And,
saw
I get
that happen?
yeah. See, I get little premonitions like that every once in a while, but I mean, it's seldom. I mean,
But what would you do? Like, okay, say somebody came up to you and said that you knew to have now, but he knew you to have a gift
hmm
like that, correct?
hmm
Say that somebody you didn't know, not you didn't know, but you didn't know had that kind of gift yet,
okay.
okay? And they said that to you. Would you like cancel your flight?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, if someone was coming up to me and said, I think you ought to, and I had that little tingling gut feeling, yeah.
Right, but I mean, he knew that you had a gift
Mhm.
because he's your brother, right?
Right. Yeah.
But if somebody said to you, that they had that happen and you didn't know that they had a gift, "Oh, don't do this or don't get in that car."
Hmm.
They just came up to you like you were just about to get in a car. They're like, "Don't get in that car."
Yeah. I'd be the person that would listen.
I think I would too.
Yeah.
I would. I wouldn't be the type of person who would be like, but I think it would be really hard if it was like a plane ride because, that's expensive and
Yeah.
that
Thank,
would be the difficult part of
thank,
it, that
thank
expense.
goodness I can't fly.
You don't fly?
No, I physically can't. I've got what they call a VP shunt in my brain from a car accident, so I can't fly.
What is it called again?
A VP shunt, a ventricular shunt that goes to my brain. I had a car accident back in my teens, and it caused brain swelling and stuff like that. So I have a shunt in my head that keeps the fluid off my brain.
Did you think that, do you think that enhanced your gift? You know how they say that sometimes?
No, I don't think it's really changed any.
Because I've seen those shows where people have like a car accident or something happens to them,
Yeah.
and it gets enhanced or it goes away. What would you
No,
do if it went away? Your gift.
I would be lost, but then again, I wouldn't know uh, just to feel a peace, a quietness, because it's constantly going 24/7. I mean,
Have you ever thought about that? Like how you would feel if you woke up one day and it was just done?
yeah, I would probably be lost, just like if I woke up blind and couldn't see anything.
Right. But that would be, yeah, I guess, right? You could compare it to that.
Mhm,
It would feel like half something was totally missing.
mhm.
But that would be, I could see how you could say it would be peaceful as well. What was the scariest place you've ever investigated?
As far as scary, huh?
What did you say?
I'm sitting there trying to think. As far as
Uh,
being scary, uh,
and not scared what we've heard, like, oh, that's the scariest place, but it didn't turn
uh
out to be scary. Somewhere where even if it was a random, not a famous place, the place that you've ever felt the scariest that you were like, you know what, I just want to get out of here.
yeah, I would have to say that was the Lower Salem Cemetery. There is a video on that. I don't know if you've seen that where we ran across the divot, but yeah,
Mm.
it caught us up on the hill. It made time drag out so it could literally keep us up there in the dark. So we had to walk the cemetery in the dark. Uh, just the oppression and the fear that I felt creeping up my back. I mean, it was cold. And we're talking, it was a warm night. It was probably 60s or 70s, and it felt like it was in the 20s in some spots. That place just felt
I
bad.
felt that before when I go into cemeteries, like how the temperature will drop like that. It's
Hmm.
crazy.
Yeah, that's a spirit usually trying to pull energy out of an area to either manifest or try to speak. So the temperature will drop.
Oh, when it gets that cold,
Hmm.
here I'm gonna drop your link because here
Yeah.
I'm doing this right now. I'm right at your site. You got a good site. You got a nice you're talented with the you know what I mean, the whole setup of your channel, like how it looks and everything.
Thank you. I thought it looked kind of mosh posh in there, but
No, I like it. You've got a nice setup there. Now, is there where you're, at in Ohio?
hmm.
Is there a lot of, hauntings in that area? Like, have you studied up on the history of where you are?
Oh yeah. And then of course I live in a haunted home. This place was haunted before I even got here. Destination Afterlife is another channel. I'm living with them right now until we find a place. But they picked up some children here and there from the cemeteries and from the Goodwill store, and they have a gifted child, and she's picked up an older man from a funeral home, so he's here. So yeah, there we
Yeah,
have Record Man, George, Dewey,
quite a few of
DJ.
them. Ace has a question for you. Yeah, I was going to say Survivor Girl, talking to myself, right? I would think, that I would be more scared. Like at least you're with people. Like were you living by yourself before? Before Jax moved there in that house you were.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because when you were in the basement
Hmm.
doing that overnighter, Jax wasn't living there,
No, it was
and you were out in the cemetery.
just me and my
My
spirits. Oh yeah, we went to the woods by ourselves, me and my tech, which is actually my daughter. We was out in the middle of Silica Woods, which is probably a good mile off the road. I mean, we were back there in the sticks when the sun went down. The only thing we had was IR cameras. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Spiders hanging from the trees.
oh,
We didn't
Steve, I
care.
die of a heart attack. I wouldn't even last long enough, for any spirit to show up or Bigfoot or anything at all. I'd die of a heart attack first. I'd be like, I'd be bad if the person died before me because I'd be like, no way, you're not leaving me here alone.
Well,
Ace
Ace,
said, go ahead.
no, go ahead. That's just my little psychic intuition there. I was getting ready to answer him.
Oh, she says, what does it mean when you wake up? I don't know what that means. Two,
Between 2 and 4
4.
for the last week. Um, Normally, I would say there is something trying to tell you something. If you're doing that for the past week, something is going to happen between 2 and 4 that you're going to have to be awake for. So they're probably just preparing you to be awake.
That is a witching hour, somebody said.
Yeah,
Is that what
witching
2
hours
a,
for
or does
me.
she mean 2 and 4 or 2 a.m.? It's what is she?
I think she meant
I'm
between
so
2 and 4.
confused, but you figured it out. Yeah, I saw a lot of those movies though, where like between a certain hour, something was gonna occur, and
Yeah, they always say the veil is the thinnest between sunrise and night, which is the witching hour. It's 3 o'clock. Um, I don't
what
know.
during the day or
In the
a.m.
morning, yeah, a.m. Uh, I don't know. I mean, I find it more active at night, I guess, because it is quieter. You can hear better. There's not any surrounding noise. But I think if a place is active, it's going to be active regardless.
I feel like do you go when you go doing your ghost hunts in the cemeteries?
Hmm.
Like, do you go around that time, like 3 a.m. and
Nah, if you look a lot of my cemetery videos, it's during the day. That way I can actually see who's there.
right, right? Oh, so you can't see them like if the lights are all out?
No, it's like, can you see a normal person with the lights are out? Nope.
Really? So they're not glowing or anything?
No, no. They're just like a person. Now, if I have my IR light, you know, that's an invisible light that I can see through the camera and I can see them. Or we have our flashlights on scene. That's the only way I can
So
see a spirit.
with the IR light, then you can see them then, and they're just
Hmm.
looking like a normal person, or are they
Yeah.
like an energy?
No, they just look like, normally like I would see them like a normal opaque person. It's just they're within that light range that I now can see. But if the lights are out, I'm not going to see them.
Wow. So it's best to do ghost hunting during the day. So that's good for me
Hmm.
because I was, totally not, and I hate to use the term ghost hunting, like really, because I'm not hunting them.
Right. Like Albert Fudd.
Yeah, right. You wascally little ghost.
Yeah. A lot of
But
people
yeah,
go it at night for the creep factor. I mean,
that's the thing though. If I went at night, it would last like 2 seconds. I'm telling you. That's why I'm just too scared of, going there. And I feel like I did see, my sister and that she was iridescent and it was at night. Like it was dark
mhm.
and that like I saw her twice, 2 nights in a row when we lived in England and right before we were moving back. Yeah, like Ace says energy as well. So do you think they could make themselves see, if it's dark and say you're not looking for them, but they want you to see them?
Oh yeah, I've had spirits to actually hide themselves or conceal themselves to me, but I know they're there because of the sniff. I don't know if y'all see me doing that in the videos, but I was like, okay, I know you're here, and they're talking to me. But either A, they conceal themselves, or they don't have the energy to show themselves. If they're really old spirits, an old cemetery, low energy to begin with, no one's been out there, nothing for them to feed off of, you know. And I have
Yeah,
seen,
I had seen before, when the first night when I got home and I came in the hallway and there was like a corner, so it seemed like the ghost was concealing itself, like you're saying, but I could see the tip of if somebody was around, like say that there's a hall and then it bells out into a room, so there's a corner, and they were around that corner with the toe of their foot,
Mhm.
which didn't really look like a foot or a shoe or anything at all. It was just like glowing, like iridescent. And I could hear this. I don't know if you can hear what I'm doing, but it sounds like Darth Vader breathing,
Yeah, like breathing.
eh, heavy breathing. Yeah, real heavy. And my sister Linda was breathing like that the night that she died.
And what you could be seeing is like an aura of a spirit. I mean, that is possible too.
Well, what happened was, so I went upstairs, real fast. And then the second night I came in and the same thing, like I looked and checked and I saw the toe, but then I booked it up the stairs and turned around, and at the bottom of the stairs it seemed like a full, a figure, a shape,
Hmm.
but not any definition, like, um, but no feet, mind you, which was odd because of the feet that were there when it was. That's why I'm not sure if it was a foot. It was like whatever it was just, I could see it, but then when it came out in full form, it was the shape of a lady or a
Hmm.
girl. And
Right.
I just like ran in the bathroom and shut the door. And then I was thinking, oh my God, how stupid am I? Like a door can, save me from a ghost.
Just like a bed sheet can save you from in the bed.
I know, right? I've always seen on those, things where people will put the sheet over them, and I'm like, or whatever, the covers over them. And, but then again, I mean, like if you saw somebody in your room, in a person, I mean a person, you know, and
Hmm.
you woke up and you saw this person in your room,
Hmm.
I think that would be one of the most scariest things I could ever possibly think of. To be so vulnerable. Like I could see wishing you could just wish it away, like putting the covers over your head.
Nah, it's like a DJ was in there roaming through my bags the other night. I was like, "What are you doing?"
Who was
A spirit here named DJ.
in your room?
Yeah,
And that was like was going through your bags?
yeah. He was going through the bags. I think he was looking for candy or something because I have candy in other bags over there we got from Easter. And I was like, "There's a bunch of candy over there. Just get what you want and leave." I'm trying to sleep. It wasn't
That's
long after that I
funny.
didn't hear him.
Did you just hear them or did you actually see
I
the
seen him. I seen him. Yeah.
and was the bags moving, like was there movement of the bags?
Oh yeah, it was crinkling, and the handle part of it was moving.
That's freaky when you see that because I've seen that one time with the actual, something really moving, and it
Hmm.
was in a deliberate motion, and it was so shocking to see it, this hand towel like that was, hanging on the back of a chair near somebody's sink, and then I'm looking at it lifting up, the back of it just lifting up, but still hanging on the chair, like as if somebody would dry their hands, and it crinkled together like somebody was, drying their hands, and then went back down. And I
Yeah.
couldn't even get words out of my mouth. I was like,
Uh,
yeah, just pointing. And I mean, I was shocked to think that, something could actually move something solid.
yeah.
So that gave me a realization that if they wanted to, they could hurt us too.
Oh yeah, they get enough energy. Of course, it takes a lot of energy for a spirit to manifest and move things. So yeah, I kind of have questionable doubts when there's stuff flying around the house. I mean, that's got to be some full on good poltergeist stuff there. But I actually sit and watched a flipper lid on a tea pitcher go up and down one day, and the spirit that was in the house was my boyfriend's brother who had gotten killed, and he loved sweet tea. So I guess he thought there was tea in that pitcher, but we just sitting there watching the tea pitcher lid flipper just go up and down. And I was like,
Isn't that
I just
Livestream.
had a camera then.
Oh, you didn't have a camera or you did film it?
No, I wish I had a camera then. I didn't have one.
I know, right? That's like when you just even by the time that you perceive it, kind of, like it's like, is that really happening? And usually when you're going out, now when you've gone out filming,
Hmm.
have you ever like caught, you know, more than you expected to? When
Uh,
you do your reveal and you watch it and you're listening, have you ever found,
yeah, we've caught a few things. I think the most credible evidence that I got, and it was in that basement of the sugar house, and I had that little doll. I think it was like the second filming that we even done. I mean, it's really poor, but it actually scooted off of the bucket. And there was so much energy in that basement that you can hear the shelves behind me rattling, the metal shelves. And I was just fascinated to catch that on film.
are you talking about your basement or,
Yeah, the sugar house basement.
oh, your basement was?
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, what was the deal with that ball that would move around?
Oh, that was either Xenon or Tom. They like to play with the ball.
Yeah, but that was like kind of, incredible. I mean, the ball
Yeah.
would just move.
Uh huh. Yeah.
Yeah,
We play with them
that
all
was.
the time.
Now, do you know anything about like so that was a little person, or because that's a different name?
Yeah. Xenon was 2 and Tom was 12.
Oh, there was another one, Tom.
Hmm. Yeah.
How many did you come across there?
I think in all we had 9 at that house.
I remember that guy Yusuf, and he seemed pretty.
Yeah.
It seemed like they got mad though when Jax went and sat in that hole. Remember that night?
Yeah, they was pretty much warning him. There was a darker entity down there that
That night?
yeah, just all the time. I mean, it started in the garage and it kind of progressed its way to the basement. I think the last one that we done down there, and we wouldn't go back because
Was that the night that he said his back was hurting and he got like scratched or
Yeah,
something?
Jack's got scratched. I had been scratched down there, but I I could see it out of my peripheral. It was kind of
Yeah.
lurking in the shadows, and I felt aggressive toward, like it was wanting to do harm to me. And we was both
It
having,
seemed like it kept going around up the top, like the corners of the room,
hmm
and it was exactly like you said, like peripheral. And we were all watching, and I think we all felt the same way, like you did.
yeah, and Jax was having, there's a moment in there where we both look at each other, and you could tell, the looks on our faces. He was thinking bad thoughts about me, and I was thinking bad thoughts about him. Now, I don't know exactly what he was thinking, but I just wanted to smash his head in.
Was that when you were in the hole?
No, that was after he already come out of the hole.
Oh, when you guys came out of the hole, and then you ended the live stream.
hmm I said, yeah, I think we need to get out of here because either somebody's going to get hurt or something bad's going to happen.
Yeah, it was like something that happened when you guys, because didn't you go inside you went inside there too,
hmm
and you guys sat next to each other, and I was wicked scared, thinking that something was going to get you guys in there.
Yeah, it was dark, whatever was down there, and we never did film back down there. I was going to, and I think I ended up sticking the camera down there and I actually filmed from upstairs. It's like I'm not even going to be down there.
It was a different time. And there was like a lot of orbs coming out of that hole that night,
hmm Yeah,
and not like dust, because they, when they're
yeah,
dust, they fall to, they're different. They're
yeah.
different. You can tell. These
These
ones
bad
were like
directions.
escaping, it seemed.
Yeah, they would like stop in midair and then they would go to the left and then they would come back to the right and then they would stop and then they were moving with intent. It's not like dust that floats on an air current.
Right. And you could tell, it looked to me like they wanted out of there because of whatever was in there,
hmm
because Jack, like I think whatever it was, took possibly could be jealous because, you were there by yourself for a while, and then and you got a boyfriend.
Hmm.
So it could possibly be like some type of a meal or
I,
like just,
I don't know. I think it manifested from the garage and went to the house. Uh, it never liked me in the garage either. I went through 5 car batteries in 3 months. I was always scratched going to my car. We would find chairs stacked up like the Poltergeist movie between the vehicles in the garage. Uh, there was always a darkness out there,
you
and
did say that, I remember about something like, was there anything like to do with a hanging there or something?
yeah, there was a hanging there, and the body was actually taken across the street, and they buried him at a local cemetery. But what actually was the garage was a old slave house. It was part of the valet uh, property there. Now the Gabriel house, which Taps
And
had
they're
been
from the
to, they were
1700s.
like 2 houses up from. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was like one of the last, with that kind of basement.
Hmm.
I thought it was incredible what your basement looked like. And have you ever opened up those things that look like crypts?
No, we never opened them.
Could they be opened?
Oh, they probably could, but I didn't own the property, so I didn't do that. I thought about it, but I didn't want to disrupt. If it was a grave, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I had a feeling that's what it was.
Were they cement or were they wood?
Oh, they were cement. They were
Yeah,
starting to
that's what they
they
look
were
like.
starting to crack around the top like a top had been laid on them.
That they looked like when they put, the burial thing above ground.
Mhm. Wow. That was my tech, by the way.
Huh?
I didn't know if you heard my tech burping over here.
No, I didn't hear it. No.
Okay.
But they looked like when they used to put those cement,
The
you
vault.
know, vaults. Yeah, vaults
Yeah.
above. Yeah, that's what they looked like.
Hmm.
And they're nothing like they would put, keep food in or anything back in the old days, right?
Right. Because the bigger one, the edge had came off, and yeah, curiosity killed the cat. I stuck a little screwdriver in there, and there's nothing but soft dirt in them holes. So I'm like, it's not complete concrete. So what is the purpose of it? There is none,
I
except for
wonder.
it being a burial.
And I believe probably that you probably have research to find out
Hmm.
any other places with something like that, right? Because I did too. Like I was looking to see like what they would be,
Hmm.
so like in a basement like that, which was what was on the walls with that, like was all stone or,
Yeah, it was stone, limestone.
and that's, something that's an old detail that they usually don't have, correct?
Hmm. Yeah,
Anymore.
yeah, they don't have limestone basements.
Yeah, and they were like, from what I was reading, because I was trying to read, what would that be, you know? And maybe I wonder if the well, do you think maybe that was like open before and that well is from there?
Well, the well actually went on up, up into the yard. So, I mean, she could have fell in there or something had happened. But, after they took the well out and they put the house on the city water, then that's when they found her.
Do you know anything about like what used to be on that property or, that people that, how far did you go back, when you were studying up on the house?
I went to the original owners of the property, which are the valets, and all that, you know, the cemetery, being as small as it is, I mean, yeah, it was nothing but yard and, woods right there, which now it's streets, but it was the valet property.
And do you, when you see things like that, where there was, probably Indians, like around woods and stuff, do you see Native American ghosts too?
Oh yeah, I'm only
That's so
lucky enough to
interesting.
speak to one of them. I only speak Cherokee. I don't speak the other languages, and I run into that a lot where the spirits I run into are Spanish or French or Portuguese or a language I don't speak, and I can't have a conversation with them because I don't speak it. I'd have to be a linguist out of this world.
Wow, that is so interesting. Like to think, because things that you don't think
Hmm.
of, of a being a dilemma in somebody's everyday life, but because of your gift, it is a, not a dilemma, but something that you, uh,
Hmm.
experience every day. Or like
Yeah,
when you said that about the people in the cemetery, it blew my mind because I really did not think about you seeing, you know, ghosts there.
yeah. And like I said, most of them are just visiting. I mean, that was just something they done every day. And you'd be surprised. The most haunted places I find are churches because everybody goes to church. Spirits still think they have to show up for Sunday. They'll
Oh,
go
so
to
you
too much
they're
church.
visiting. Oh my God, really? They would come and visit?
There's a lot of spirits, like I said, are in that lost state that they still go to church on Sundays.
That would be so sad to like watch like, some old lady who has passed away and like maybe even her gravestone is there and
Hmm.
her just making that walk to lay, like to visit her husband.
Hmm.
That would be so sad. See, I'd be so scared to like peek out the window and then they see me and then they lock eyes with me and then they're closer each time I peek out the window.
Uh,
And that's my mind goes to every scary movie I've ever seen and then I elaborate more and scare the crap out of myself.
you would just get used to it. I've been watching a spirit across the street, and I finally had to ask my friends I live with. I was like, "Who is the crazy man that used to live across the street?" Because he just stands on the corner and he looks over this way like he's just peeved off at the world. And they're like, "Oh yeah, he was an a hole. You know, he used to get up on his house roof and just sit there and watch people." And yeah,
That was where you are now?
yeah, I just see him outside the window every once in a while, just standing at the corner of the yard, staring over this direction because apparently he didn't like his people over here. But
Oh, see, I couldn't handle it. There's no way. There is no way. I got to give you credit and other people who have that gift because, talking to you gave me such an insight onto, how people who have that
hmm,
gift who have to experience their life, how their life is
yeah,
so
the
different.
world is crowded. I mean, you can't. I mean, go to Walmart, dollar store. I mean, if somebody went to those places on a daily basis, there's more people roaming around. And good thing, a lot of people don't see them because you'll see me walk around and excuse me, pardon me, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You said you'll see them walking around.
yeah.
I thought you said you'll see me walking around. I was like, where? Yeah, I mean, that's so weird too to think that they're in the dollar store, but they're probably following somebody, their loved one, like
Hmm.
that guy that wanted to tell you those numbers.
Uh huh. Or if they're
Yeah,
just used to going to the dollar store on a daily basis or something, let's say they died recently and they just think they're going to the dollar store and
that's
you
so
might see one in the
sad.
dollar store, yeah.
That is so sad. So, do you think that heaven is a lot less crowded than we think it is?
Oh yeah.
Hmm. Do you think you're in your last cycle of life? Like, your last round of, you know what I mean?
Well, it's constant coming and going. I mean, it's a never ending light of energy. So, I mean, it's just always being filtered through, if you want to think of it that way. But I see a lot roaming around out here.
But I mean, do you think that there's some point when we do get some peace, like, and go to heaven or, wherever there may be?
In your next life of peace.
Yeah, do you think that it is a next life where we're like so aware of trials and tribulations, or does it eventually become, a place where we can not worry about bills and
I
things
think
like
you go
that?
through your trials and tribulations before you even get there. I mean, you've got to come to your circumstances of why you're here to begin with. Uh, I know it kind of gets in a deep subject of people and spirituality and beliefs and stuff like that, but I think we all go through our judgment before we actually get there. Well, I should have done this, and this is why I'm here. Uh, they also talk about the end times and the dead will rise. I think what will happen at the end is you will finally see with your eyes all the people that's walking around, and all of a sudden, yeah, they're going to look like they rose up because they're going to be all walking around.
So then, do you think that, how some people will say, okay, if you do this, before, if you do this, then you'll get into heaven. But I always think that, and I just say heaven for a different word, how there's
Mm-hmm.
different words. Um, I feel like, that you have to be, I don't believe in those people who say, okay, you've been rotten your whole life, but then everybody can accept this and that. You know what I'm saying? Without me having to say it, because I don't want to offend anybody. But
Uh-huh.
some people believe that if you accept this and this, then you'll get in heaven. But
Mm-hmm.
that makes me think then is that so rotten people can go through life. I'm not saying everybody's rotten, but
Mm-hmm.
as long as they say that, on their deathbed, then they can, take a shortcut there. Basically, if some people have gone through their life wanting to be peace, have peace of heart.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's other people who do things and they believe as long as they eventually say those words on their deathbed,
Mm-hmm.
that they'll be okay.
Well, it's an easier way to think of it like this. Your spirit or your soul, it has a certain light. Okay, let's say you're an evil, downright evil person all your entire life. Um, that soul is not going to be washed away of any kind of darkness with just a few little words. It's not. I mean, that light's got to radiate just like a light bulb. It's going to stay bright. So if you were evil intent, then your evil is always going to be there. So whenever you do pass on, you're going to be an evil spirit, or you're going to be recruited from below to continue to do evil things. You're not going to have peace.
Now to get like, okay, so we were talking about at the end times, and you said that do you? I've been looking lately, and there's a lot of those, holes, like Mel's hole, and those like never-ending holes, right? And I wonder sometimes if that's what they mean when they talk about, the end times and the horsemen coming up and all this. I
Mm-hmm.
wonder if it's kind of how they're building these underground bases almost. Like our own people. Like, I've seen shows where they take like this elevator down thousands and thousands of miles into the
Mm-hmm.
earth.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's what, the Bible is referring to more like
And they will hide in the
reality.
mountains. It says in the
And
Bible that they will try to hide in the mountains. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
what?
Huh?
I got lost there because like it cut out. I missed what you said. Like, do you think that it's gonna, be maybe our own military or some people who are down there, making use of these underground, that we see the documentaries on, like they're the actual what the Bible's talking about. It's not like actual horsemen or anything. It's you know our own.
Well, the horsemen of the apocalypse. I mean, you have death, plague, famine. I don't know which ones are all which, but yeah, those are pretty much existent things. I don't like to mention the 19, but okay, that could be a one of the horsemen because it is a plague. The bubonic plague could have been, but I guess it's all how you read into it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. So each one of the plagues could be a horseman too. See, I think it's good to have conversations like this because then you get different views, which you know, where if you're questioning one theory, then
Mhm.
you get another theory to question. You're like, yeah, that sounds like that could be right too. And then at the end of the day, none of us really knows. And
Yeah, that's why I just talk to spirits and this. I believe them because they've already been there, done that.
has any of them ever talked about a hell?
Yeah, and like I just said, I had Sister Mary Buttram, which was there at the Sugar House, and she's the one that told me how the cycle of life actually happens, and which I was kind of amazed at that. But she was also the one that just told me about when I say that you had a dark soul to begin with. Either those dark souls will remain here and be dark souls, and pretty much it's who you associate and hang around with. I mean, if you die and you're a dark soul, then you're going to be doing the works of somebody else to cause havoc
I
on.
do believe that who you hang around with, kind of rubs off on you. Because,
Yeah.
my daughter, she had like a good group of, friends in her school, and she is a good adult now.
Hmm.
She's a productive citizen. She graduated, she went to college, all that. So, and her friends were like, I kept an eye on that, like you're saying, who you hang around with. And I
Hmm.
have seen other people, and yeah, their children, they end up having some kind of issues with them because, their friends, you got to really keep an eye on them.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on them. These kids nowadays, but with their, the whole internet and all that, it's not as, it's harder to watch what your kids are looking at and seeing and things we want to protect them of or we want to tell them about in our own way. They are seeing it. Ugh.
Yeah.
How many kids do you have? I mean, I'm just, like, I'm just trying to like interview you a little
I have
bit.
two. I have two, and they're not kids. They're grown. One's almost 30, and the other one's 27.
Oh, but you have a close relationship with them. That's
Oh yeah.
cool.
My daughter lives with me. She's autistic, and she's also my tech guru because autistic children are smart. She does all my technical stuff with equipment. So
Really? Is she the one who does all the pictures on your video, your channel, I should say? Yeah.
no, I do all the editing and artwork and stuff like that. She just helps with like the spirit boxes and how to run them and how to set them up and stuff like that.
That's good. And that takes, like somebody who's paying attention because my friend,
Hmm.
he would try to help me with the EVP stuff and he was a real mouth breather,
Hmm.
you know? And so I would listen back to the EVP stuff and all I would hear was, like him mouth breathing. And I was like, damn. So it does take somebody who knows to be silent and
Yeah,
stuff like that. Yeah. But now, what do you think of that new voice box thing, that necromancer? Is that what it's called?
necrophonics.
Yeah, necrophonic.
I really do like. Now I always back it up with my SB11. The true and genuine spirit box. I like the SB11 because it runs forwards and backwards. You don't get any radio bleed. But with the necro, it does give the younger spirits, we'll call them younger, a voice bank to work with. And what a voice bank does, if I speak the word done, then it's pretty much like them. You see them things where you stick your hand on them and they're like needles, and you see the handprint come across the other side.
Yes. Yeah.
So when a spirit says the word done, then that necro box is going to do pretty much that same thing. It's going to pick out that word and it's going to say it for them. So, but you really have to listen to it because it is a voice bank. There is, recorded particles of words in there, but listen to the uppers and lowers, and sometimes you will hear full sentences.
So you don't feel like, sometimes I think the ones with the voice banks,
Hmm.
um, come out with stuff that's almost, scary because it's, they know in a way. But then
Right,
again, it could be what you're explaining, that it gives them a voice bank to pick from.
right. But a voice bank is not actual words. It's like ba, ah, ka, na, and if you hear a sentence or a word out of that running at 100 uh, words per minute, then you actually got someone speaking to you.
Oh, so it doesn't have like words. So it's not like a
Mhm.
word bank.
No, it's particles of words. Um,
Oh,
there's
okay. So
like
I get what
American
you're
words,
saying.
French words, just pieces in there.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Because my friend had like a different, it was definitely not that one. This was a couple of years ago. And it
Mhm.
would come out with, words like murder and stuff. So,
Mhm. Yeah.
yeah. So that was, it felt like it was, to the time, like adjusted to what was going on at the time. But those, that necrophonic one is very interesting. Now, is that a pay or is that a free one?
It is a paid one, and what I do recommend with a necrophonic, pardon me, um, make sure you got it on airplane mode whenever you're using it because I don't want to say conspiracy theories, but it does have a GPS on it, and if it knows you're at Crybaby Bridge and it knows what happened there, then it might go ahead and give you the words or, some kind of conspiracy theory there. But
Mm.
yeah, just make sure you have it on airplane mode so your GPS is not tracked. But
See,
back,
everything makes me think about that, like you say, conspiracy theory stuff, but
mhm,
I'm saying that I believe that, there's way too much ability for us, for people, whoever wants to,
mhm,
like the GPS and all that.
yeah,
I mean, I'll find sometimes, my dog, God, you just like move the blanket from him and he like freaks.
but yeah, if you're
Um,
going to use the Necro, make sure you back it up with something else like a regular white noise spirit box. That way, if you got the same words coming through both boxes, you're talking to somebody.
I like the ones that record it though. So now does that one record?
No, I mean we're recording off of cameras anyway, so
Right, right. Because that spotted ghost one has the EMF detector, and it doesn't have, but it has the white noise kind of thing. But I think it's a radio sweep, so that it sweeps for the white noise and things like that,
yeah.
and it records, so you can play back and analyze. But it doesn't do the backwards thing.
Hmm. The only thing I know as far as recording would be a voice recorder. Uh, your SB7s, 11s, and stuff like that. They have the radio sweep. Now, the SB11 can run forward and backward, AM or FM, so you're not getting any bleed, but you are recording with your camcorder or your phone, whatever you use. But
Right?
the
Yeah. I'd like to get two devices so I can do that at the same time because like I
Mhm.
said, unless you have a good technician, like you were saying, to go around with you know, that at the same time,
Yeah.
like, I find that my friend and I myself even forget that I'm doing it and I start talking and I'm like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, and then when I listen back, but the other day when I was near that chair I was telling you about,
Mhm.
and the EMF bars were up to 6.
Hmm.
You know how they have that little,
Mm-hmm.
the indicator, and usually it's like at 2 or 3, but it was up to 6. And then my friend started doing something in the background and shit, and I was like, oh my god, I was like, forget it,
Yeah.
I was all excited too that it was up to 6. And
Huh.
then, but I really wanted to get out and check out the chair, but then we had to leave, so I didn't even get out and look at the chair because it had like something had been painted on it, like not like graffiti or
Yeah.
anybody wrecking it, more like something. I felt like nobody had sat in it for years. Maybe somebody had put it there before,
Mm-hmm.
and it just I was so interested in it because the Deerfield place there, it had the Indian burial mound of, it wasn't Indian, so I know I'm saying it wrong. It was the people that were slaughtered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then some of the old epitaphs actually had um, the whole story about how they died and what happened, and a couple of times they had like actually been captured by the Indians. But I'm sure that in return, prior to that whole massacre going on in Deerfield, that the Indians that lived there before those people got there
Yeah.
probably got massacred by them. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was reading Pink's thing there. The lady that lived in my house before me fell through the bedroom window and bled to death outside. I hate going by the window. I feel like someone's going to push me. Someone may have pushed her out the window, and you might be getting a little tingle of what she's trying to tell you.
Yeah, right. I would think that would be fell through the bedroom window, huh? I mean, ugh.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I might, like if you're closing your windows in your own house and, you never know, you could fall right out.
Yeah.
Nobody would know. You're just bleeding out there. Because I live
Could
by
be.
myself. I always say that. Like, could be dead and then it would be like weeks before. Well, I guess now you guys would all be wondering why I'm not doing
Yeah.
it live. Something must have happened to her.
Yeah. But I'm gonna have to get off here and take my medicines. It has been great.
I know. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I feel
anytime.
so honored.
Never been up here
I wish
before.
I'd have known. Yeah, I wish. Wait, I wish I'd have known. Have you still been doing live stream?
I'm gonna do one Wednesday. I haven't quite decided what I'm gonna do yet, but I've been in the whole moving process, so I've been kind of MIA, just kind of putting out some new videos and stuff like that. But I think I'm gonna go back live on Wednesday, my normal time.
Now,
Hello.
what time is that? Because I'm posting your link right here.
We go on at 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay, so that's my time. So 9
Yeah.
p.m. Yeah. Okay, good. And I really enjoyed it. And I'm gonna end the stream actually because I gotta get something to drink. I'm gonna take my dog out. And I was so enjoying with. Yeah, I was so unprepared.
Hey, it's okay. We'll do it again sometime.
Yeah, I'll have to take notes and now I'll get all my questions all together. You ready? No. All
I'm
right.
ready.
Thank you so much for coming on. And you want to do the countdown with me?
Sure.
I do 5 to 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then okay. All right. So here we go, guys. And thank you everybody in the chat for being here. Thank you through the veil paranormal. I can't even believe it. It was great. And we're gonna say good night and do 5, 4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Peace, love, and tacos, everyone. Good night.
Night, everybody.
Night. Thank you.